Okay. So since it wasn't recorded, we'll go ahead and call this our State Tribal Economic Development Commission meeting for February 15, 2023 to order. We'll go ahead and do roll call.
Cheryl Rivas, Rodney Gervais, Jennifer Finley,
Here.
Sean Backbone, Elina Kutzlerow, Rainey Walls, Bryce Kirk,
Here.
Gerald Gray,
Here.
Misty Poole, Scott Osterman,
Here. And Richard.
And Richard Sangray.
Here.
all right, Richard.
So we have a forum.
And then I know Sean will be here, so that'll have to. And it's. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and mind standing. Oh, you want to introduce our guests or whoever's online first? So we know.
Can our guests online please introduce themselves?
Oh,
Hey, good morning. This is Luke Robinson. Work with ICE and I'm the Entrepreneur Development Specialist.
Hi there, my name is Morgan Slemberger, and I'm the Director of Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership at University of Montana, and I'm joined by my colleague, Diana. So if you want to introduce yourself, Diana.
Ambawashte, good morning, everybody. My name is Diana Bigby, and I am the manager of the Native Women Launch Program, coming to you from Fort Belknap today.
Hi, this is Todd Jackson. I work here at Commerce and as a communications specialist, and I'm here to for technical support for the meeting.
okay, well, Sean, you on? That everybody then? Mitch is on. Oh, Mitch, yeah.
Could be in another meeting right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Good choice.
Yes, but if you ask them, they might know what we're talking about.
Leave it on. I'm here.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll go ahead and start with our prayer.
Sean, is it Sean? So.
Oh, can you hear me?
There we are, Sean.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just a quick note. I'm representing the Montana Indigenous Tourism Alliance.
Welcome. Always good to see you.
Sure thing.
Today. So that's where getting us safely. Head home. So that's you just to help us in the meeting, lead us and guide us, and we just thank you for everything. For another day. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, I'd just like to welcome everybody, good to see everybody again. And we'll go ahead and jump into our public comment on agenda item.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, I'm Irv Cool, work for the Department of Commerce. Retired, I'm back again. State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, was involved in that in 2010, so they brought me back. for this round. Just want to let you know that we're available to provide potential participation in lender loans for any tribal businesses on the reservation, off the reservation. Of SBCI money, and I want to offer myself help you with education. You can get a hold of me by phone. Please start my presentations with the important part of my presentation. 6. Before we go. 5. All that stuff yourself, call. 50 pages worth of guidelines.
So you said, did you got your funding already?
Yes, our application was due on the 11th of February. We didn't get our money until September.
11th February last year.
Yeah.
February of 22.
So it took 10, 9, well. Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So thankfully to Herb and the rest of the staff over there, Montana actually received our first tranche. Went through that first tranche and was the first state, and it's created a lot of jobs, a lot of great, real meaningful economic development projects. We were the first state to ask for the second tranche of money. And we're halfway through, sort of in pre-approval or a little bit more, the second tranche. So thanks to Herb and all of those efforts, he's done a great job, and he will be a great resource to you if it's helpful to you. I can just vouch for that, absolutely.
The question. Someone asked a question. So yeah, like I was telling her, we put in, the Little Shell had to put into NADC.
Oh, yeah.
And it's been taking a long time.
Yeah.
We don't have to go on our first tranche.
It's going to take a long time. As I understand, your application was due in this year. And I understand there were 200 tribal applications. So
Yeah.
it took the Treasury Department from February of 20 to September, approve about 45 state and territories for the United States. So I'm not quite sure when you're going to wind up getting your allocation. But now is the time to prepare for getting that allocation. Offer yourself, if you will, in the Department of Commerce to help.
Well, we might have some questions on our end for sure.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to give you a full number. Now, I will tell you straight up, as soon as I'm done here, we're heading to watch the grandkids in my swim at stake, so don't call.
We're here to help, but don't call.
I'll be back on Tuesday.
Okay.
All right. Anybody have any questions?
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead. So the small business lender loans on and off the reservation, is there a certain statute or anything that you have to have when small businesses are trying to make a loan, or what's the minimal qualifications and things like that?
Qualification.
Is there a qualification like
50 pages? Well, guidelines. Okay, but the loan is we are participating in lender loans. There are 5 or 6 options that you can choose in your application. Loan guarantee, a collateral support, a loan participation, venture capital. So our choice was loan participation. So a borrower goes into a lender, the borrower tells the lender, I want to participate if possible with the state small business credit initiative. We provide long and short-term fixed rate financing. Our current interest rates, 1% for 5 years, 3% for 20 years, fixed. In today's market, that is amazing. We determined those interest rates of 22 before we submitted our application and before Fed started increasing interest rates. We got, as Scott said, we got that first tranche out in 2.5 months, $18 million. Okay,
So you got them out to borrowers then?
yeah, we've committed or expended. In other words, we've made a project without a commitment letter. All parties have agreed to the terms and conditions. We've been out of money since the middle of December. So it's going to take time for us to get to the second. Obviously, it's a well-accepted program. It doesn't have to be Native American Bank, any bank, if you will. They have to be an approved lender. That's a piece of paper. And it also has to go through a local economic development. We have to pre-approve the economic development organizations. And I do a review of the audits and financial information. Well, there are some hoops that we have to go through in order to get that money out. And that's why I'm giving my phone number to call me next week, Tuesday.
Local Native American, the local economic development corporation. Little Shell and Fort Belknap and the Chippewa Cree belong to Airport Development Corporation.
And they're approved.
Yeah, but we've gone through what NEDC for our application.
Yep.
And it's, you can go to our website. Okay. MTSSBCI.com. Or go to the Department of Commerce, scroll down until you see State Small Business Credit Initiative, click on it, and there's a number of options, and one of the options is approve economic development. So you're going to see up there.
And just because they're not on the list, doesn't.
They have to make the application.
Right, but they could make application to us, and it's not like it's a one and done approval. We could approve a new one.
Yes. Any other question?
Any other questions?
Okay.
Good interest rate.
Yeah.
Can I trade my, you take my car?
A house loan?
A part of my loan.
There are requirements this time around that just literally. Give you one example. Brought up refinance. In order for us to refinance, the new loan has to be for 50% in the amount refinanced. I got a struggling business that wants to get some economic help. The only way is to dig the hole deeper.
Yeah. And these are the the SSDCI rules. This isn't the rules.
Yeah,
We've
this is
created,
treasury.
right? This is treasury rules.
It is primarily for those businesses who are having trouble getting financing on reasonable terms and conditions with the lender. If you will, if they are very high quality, they're not, I'm not going to be able to participate. It's for these people that don't have good access to financing. Okay? It's not for the strong guys, it's for the strong.
So Scott, is collateral a problem then too on some of these businesses?
Sometimes it depends on the
reservation.
That would potentially be a
qualifier.
to use it because lenders don't want to lend without proper collateral. So they're having trouble getting financing under reasonable conditions. Potentially 841 2750.
Forgot Tuesday. Forgot Tuesday.
A lot of times.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Yep.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Want to do that
Just
right now?
Darcy.
Okay, so up next, we have Morgan with Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership at University of Montana. Come on.
Morning. I wish I could be there in person because the SSDCI discussion is something we're having a lot in our office. And I'll talk a little bit about that. I've had a lot of coffee this morning to prepare for this, so get ready. I'm going to try and zip us through because I know you guys have a really big day. And I did prepare just a couple slides to try and make it easier to follow some of our programming because we have a lot. And just to be really clear too, the Women's Entrepreneurship, and please jump in and interrupt me at any point because I will talk fast. So just shout at me and I will slow down. So, and can everybody see my slides okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So the Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership Lab is actually a partnership between the University of Montana and Montech, which is a startup incubator. And it's actually home to a program called Accelerate Montana. So I'm not sure if any of you have heard of that program as well. But I'll talk a little bit about that in my presentation as well. So the Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership Lab really predicated and founded on some of the work that I did at the university, but a lot of our programming is at Montech. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there in terms of like where it's housed and how we kind of communicate together. And Diana's actually an employee of Montech. The mission, vision, values of the Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership Lab is really on equitable success for Montana women and growing our economy through empowerment, education, and advocacy. And a lot of our programs are kind of use these as touchstones when we're going after new grants, new opportunities, or just delivering our programming in general. These are the 3 suites of programs we have right now at the Women's Entrepreneurship and Leadership Lab, and lots behind the curtain that we're working on. But the Well Women's Business Center is kind of our touchstone program. So I'm not sure if any of you caught the news in 2020, but we put a proposal to the federal government and we're able to secure a Women's Business Center, which is a big deal. It's like it was the largest redistribution of federal funds for women's business centers, I think since maybe the 80s. And the fact that we got one is awesome because it will be there in perpetuity so long as the federal government continues to fund and so long as I can continue to hustle hard and find match money. So that program is awesome and it's statewide. So we really have a lot of our services online with the intention of reaching more underserved populations across the state. And some of that was a thesis at the university a long time ago that I had in terms of how might we not just navel gaze and serve our immediate community in Missoula, but how might we distribute our knowledge across the state and really support women where they are. And a lot of my work, because it's online, has really targeted mothers or working women who might have a 9-to-5 and they have a side hustle on the side, or they have an idea and they just don't have the flexibility to leave home all the time. So a lot of our courses are online and people can take courses so long as they have an internet connection, or they have a third place like a library that they can make their way to. They can take our courses online and they can Zoom into class. And that seemed to be pretty positive. We have people from across the state taking our classes through the WBC now and well. Well Native Women Launch is a program. Oh, and sorry, you probably are familiar with the small business development centers. Women's business centers function in a really similar way. With free business coaching, our classes, we have some free classes, some pay to play classes, and then we do a lot of training as well. So really similar to SBDC. The one main difference that I think this committee should really consider is where we're different than SBDCs in that we serve nascent or really idea stage entrepreneurs, and SBDCs are kind of at the early stage, mid-stage business, bankable businesses. We serve those too, but we're charged to focus on idea stage entrepreneurs as well and serve women clearly. Next, Well Native Women Launch. We received a Google grant, a Google Impact for Women and Girls grant. And this is really Diana's program that she's growing as we're talking about it. We received that in 2021. It's a 3-year grant. So 2022 was our year 1. We're in year 2 of the grant, and year 3 will be next year. This is really shifting a lot of our online curriculum that we already have and creating empowering online courses for Indigenous women. Diana's doing a magnificent job, and I'll talk about her work momentarily. But really, we're working hard to create meaningful courses that can support women on and off the reservation, and learning a lot as we go and as we visit more across the state with a lot of women, a lot of economic development professionals, and a lot of tribal economic development professionals. Next, you may have heard of this program. So Well State of Women in Business. This program is actually a part of the AMT Capital Scan project, and Department of Commerce is helping fund this statewide scan. It's a really fascinating study, and we're working with the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at the University of Montana, who does this kind of work in their sleep. But what we're doing differently is surveying 2 sides of the equation. So we're surveying funders, and that term really includes bankers, some venture capitalists and angel investors, and some economic development and organizations that have CDFIs, and some granting organizations. And Luke is actually, I saw him on the call on the steering committee for that. We have a statewide steering committee full of funders, well board members, so people from across the state. It's been a really amazing group of people to work with. So on the funder side, we're asking them what's working well, what's not working. And then we have a separate survey on the business side. So what's working well, what's not working for businesses who have sought funding, but also for businesses who haven't received funding. So the interesting thing here is we're hoping to just kind of figure out where are those overlapping pieces of the puzzle that could possibly create some opportunities for funders to create new programs. And part of this study, it's funded in large part by Wells Fargo and Department of Commerce. But I think part of the study that's really been fascinating is there's not been a ton of data collected in this space. The other really interesting part of the study is we have amazing Indigenous business participation and people who have filled out the survey. And I think that's a testament to Luke's connections and a few other board members that we have engaged. And then we have amazing women's participation as well. So much so that BBER, which I think is the first time they've ever said this to anybody, said that we needed to get more white men engaged. So I'm really, really excited. And we did that. Did somebody have a question? Okay, keep going. So along those lines, we've now had about 400 people take our business survey, and I think we have between 33 and 37 funders who have taken the survey, and BBR is really happy with those results. We just closed it on February 3rd and are anticipating the first round of data in the next 2 weeks to sort through. So what will come from overall report will also be the State of Women in Business fact sheet, the State of Indigenous Business fact sheet, and the State of Rural Business fact sheet. So stay tuned, more to come. Please reach out if you're curious about that and how we can help your work on this committee or on this commission would be really, really helpful. I want to take a quick moment to highlight Well Native Women Launch, and I'm really trying to go fast, forgive me. This is really largely the Google Impact for Women and Girls grant, and it was a really prestigious grant for us to win. We're one of, I think, 8 in the country to have won it, and one of 32 or 34 globally to have won it. So it's a big deal for us to grab that grant. This is kind of a sample of all of the courses that Diana is working on and the progress she's made. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 courses that we're working on. And a lot of these, like I said, are online. They can be badged or credentialed or certified, however they might need to be. And my goal has always been for the whole program, how do we help women in business or women entrepreneurs get the education that they need, whatever it is, supplemental education, basic education, financial education, how do we get them what they need? But then rather than putting them into the existing infrastructure that we have that so frequently doesn't serve them, how do we create these certifications or credentials that can then fast track them to opportunities that do serve them? And so my hope is that at some point we'll have opportunities or tranches of money that we can say, oh, you've taken XYZ course, well, you're credentialed to possibly go after this grant opportunity, or you're credentialed to possibly pre-qualify for this loan. So that's something in my master plan that we're working toward and possibly that this commission could help me with in the future. We do kind of play by Google rules. So we are doing beta testing of our courses, and it's been wonderful. We have women who have come into the courses. They take the courses, they receive an honorarium for taking the time to give us feedback. And then when they give us feedback, we make changes directly to the course based on what they're telling us. So we're working with women across the state, not just one tribe, but a lot of different tribes to ensure our courses meet the needs of many different women. We also are featuring business owners in the courses, and we may not have time for me to show you a video, but I'm sure we can send you a link so you can watch a sample. But we have women. Our goal, I think we have almost every reservation represented, and our goal is to ensure that we do have every tribe represented of women in our courses. So there are live videos where they're talking about their business and their journey on the pathway there.
Morgan.
Yes.
So do they get credentialed, and these are also college credits?
Great question. So no, these are not college. Well, okay, let me put an asterisk next to that. If a UM student or an MSU student wanted to take one of these courses for college credit, they were originally created at UM. Well, some of them were originally created at UM and offered for credit. And then I got so many inquiries, literally from across the state, saying, I wish that course was open to me. Oh, I would take that course. And I, at the time, was so into UM, I was like, how am I going to do that? And then we put them online, and we had, I think, 30 UM students and 30 community members all take the courses at the same time, and they were offered differently. So UM students could take it for credit at that time through the university, and the general public got an online or digital badge. Now, our courses are focused solely, I mean, our target market is really the state of Montana for all women, not for college students. However, we get a lot of college students and a lot of alumni just because of my internal connections at UM. So we do get students taking the course, but our credentials are credentialed in affiliation with the university with Accelerate Montana's support. But really the quality of the credential is only as good as the so what. And that's what I'm really focused on is, yeah, you can get this certificate, but so what? Like, you know, how is that going to help you? So that's kind of what I'm really focusing in on right now is, okay, we've got, Diana is working on these incredible courses that are really empowering and uplifting and educational. They give people really basic information about their business model and how they can put out a minimum viable product with risk reduction steps in line. So for me, the education is there. Now I'm like, so what? Okay, like if we're empowering and educating people and putting them into a system, even on the SSBCI thing, I can talk a little bit about that, but it doesn't serve a lot of people who don't have collateral. It doesn't serve a lot of people, you know, who aren't able to get the $500 they need for that sewing machine. So that's where I'm like, ooh, this is the exciting gray area that we can figure out together.
Another question, have you looked into any collaboration with the tribal colleges?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. Actually, on this, I started a roundtable discussion before the Wells Fargo Women's Business Center grant came up and before Native Women Launch came up. Maybe it was around the same time the Women's Business Center came up. And so BCC and SKC are partners on our Google grant. So we're using some of their connections and curriculum and bringing that into our course and creating new courses based on some of what they already have that exists. And then they'll be able to send students through these courses, and at whatever rate they want to, they can credential or give credit so long as, you know, it's within their accreditation. But yes, these courses will be free to those two partners and free for anybody who wants to take them. That's our goal. But they can use it for their colleges as curriculum. Great question. Okay, I'm going to zip through here, and if you do want to watch a video, let me know. I have one queued up. We can also you can email me. I can send it out to Marilyn, whatever would be helpful. Okay, we're not going to have time to sample the course, although maybe we can send you a couple screenshots of that as well. They're beautiful and really culturally relevant, and the women inside the courses are really sharing amazing stories. This is a grant opportunity. I want to flash before your eyes. The Minority Business Development Agency is releasing a $750,000 federal award. I'm going to follow up with the Department of Commerce at the end of this week because we're finalizing our outline. I'm happy to share the outline with this commission as well. But our hope is that we can further implement programming around these online courses and around Indigenous women entrepreneurs. So with more curated cohorts and groups, small groups of people. So my hope is that, again, we can use the education that we're building that's almost finished, but then take people through this Minority Business Development grant would take people through the course in a cohort manner over the course of some amount of time, with some key featured, I'm trying to think, like group titles or focuses through an accelerator or incubator style program. Now, the goal would be they get education, but then there is a so what at the end of it. And I'm hoping to find either possibly, and I know Director Osterman is there, and this is risky to say, but I'm like, possibly some state funding to back up a tranche of money where we can put certain women through these courses, show that they have a functional business model, a functional plan, and even some revenue, some sales that are happening, so people feel really good about it, and then connect them to some grant funds or connect them to some SSBCI funds. This grant particularly calls out SSBCI, and so I'm so happy to hear Herb talk about it because we've done some talking with banks and lenders who are doing the SSBCI funds, and they are doing an amazing job distributing the money. I think the challenges for the groups that I see on a day-to-day basis, they still likely don't qualify with the lender for some of the funds. So it's still, even though it's helping a large amount of people, for idea stage entrepreneurs or really early stage entrepreneurs or people who are living in poverty, it's not helping them to get that like small amount of equipment or even just enough to buy materials to get them started. For like, I met with an entrepreneur last week about leather work and how she really just needs a couple $100 to get leather for her purses that she's designing. And I was like, well, let's work on the business model and then let's make those purchases. So anyway, this is an award that we are applying for and it's due February 28th. If anybody has questions, please follow up on me, or if you have connections that could be useful, it can make a huge impact for our state because this is annual, $750,000 annually for 4 years. So we should take advantage of this opportunity. We have a good track record, and the more support we can get statewide, I think the better. And NADC, I believe, is also applying for it, so you should know that as well. But they have offered to write a letter of support for us in spite of that. So our premise is really building upon, and we do differentiate ourselves by offering online education that's much more easily accessible than having to drive to get it. Okay, I think that's all I got. So questions, comments, please ask away.
Questions, comments? I don't think there's any questions.
Okay, just as a final note, my call to action or request of you is please shoot me an email. I'd love to hear from this commission. I'd love to get more involved, and I'd love to see how some of our stuff could solve some of the challenges that you see, you know, in your meetings and in your daily lives. So let me know how Diana and I can really leverage what we're building together.
Perfect, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Okay, so moving on the agenda, Montana Cooperative Development Center.
Well, Sophie, not Casey. Can you hear me okay? I'm not always the loudest person. I'm Sophie Nelson. I'm with the Montana Cooperative Development Center. I am our equity coordinator and I work on our special projects. Our mission is to promote the cooperative business model as a solution to rural and tribal needs in the state. And I focus specifically on our work on the reservations and with women-led projects. So I'm actually really glad to hear from Morgan because I just sent you an email, so it's great timing. So we have a couple of programs I wanted to talk to you about and get some feedback on just to see if you'd like to get involved in. And Tracy she says sorry for not being able to make it. She wasn't so sure about the roads coming in from Great Falls. So the first thing we're doing is we're trying to build an investment cooperative, which is sort of like a community action fund to provide microloans and direct investments to Native women in ag. So that could be ranchers, farmers, or value-added processors. So what we're doing now is trying to determine feasibility of this project, see who would like to invest in it, and who would like to benefit from it, just sort of gauge what people's capital needs are, if they need $5,000 to build a website, if they want to get a food truck, these sorts of different needs, so we can design our criteria for people applying, and we would want a very low barrier to entry. So you would not need to fill out a 50-page application or look at 50 pages of guidelines. It would be very straightforward and very accessible because there are so many different ways to apply for support around the state, but we want to make sure this is as user-friendly as possible. And it's also a great way. We're focusing on communicating with women-dominated spaces to hopefully encourage women to learn about investment to help improve their financial agency as well. Second program we're working on is over the summer, we're starting an internship program in partnership with the tribal colleges and universities. So we're starting our outreach this week to sort of figure out when we can come to the colleges, come to career fairs, host some lunch and learns. So the premise of this internship is that when it comes to economic development, often when we have outside economic developers come in, they don't always know how to build trusted inroads into these communities because as outsiders, sometimes the cultural competency is not there. And so there's a lot of alienation that happens. Very valuable resources are not presented in a way that's helpful to these groups. So our idea is that if we get, I think we're looking for 4 to 8 interns from across the state to come in and learn about economic development and learn about the cooperative model and help us with some outreach to different people in the tribes and sort of become community liaisons. In addition, they would be helping us with some research projects. We're working with Native Ways today with Linda Howard and Ryan Gladstone and Image to determine feasibility of some other cooperatives like an artist cooperative on reservations surrounding Billings specifically. And a producers working group to help get Native producers products into local schools and local hospitals. So the interns would be helping us with that research, writing those feasibility studies and outreach to their communities. And let's see what else. I also do some direct on the ground cooperative development. So we have one cooperative forming on the Blackfeet Nation, the Pickaninny Cooperative. They are growing and producing culturally relevant teas and other herbal products for medicine for their tribes. And so they're collectively harvesting and growing herbs and plants traditional to the Blackfeet Nation. And so we're in the process of writing their bylaws right now to hopefully incorporate them. And why the cooperative model is so appropriate for this business and for many businesses is because it's very community focused. So they're not trying to market to Glacier. They're not trying to market to some sort of like tourist market. It's really community focused because they recognize that on the Blackfeet Nation, products like tea that people are using as traditional medicine are prohibitively expensive. So by forming a cooperative and marketing directly to the community, they're able to lower the cost and make sure that those resources are available to everyone. Those are the 3 main things I'm working on. A lot of these are still in the development phase. So any feedback anyone has, or if something sounds like, that would be useful, or here's something you could change to make it more useful, I would love to have your feedback. And I think my ask of you, if you're interested, is just any contacts you have for the Native colleges and universities, the tribal colleges and universities. If you could pass that information on to me, we can start an outreach for that this week. And I'm going to leave some of the business cards.
So you have the resources to deploy already for these applications, like with that, when ag producers and stuff, or are you looking to start that?
We're looking to start that. So right now, the first step is outreach to these Native women who are producers to see would this service be appropriate for you? Are you interested in this? What are your capital needs? And we would approach different groups to say, are you interested in joining this cooperative? Would you like to become an investor? And then once we get the startup to start the cooperative, which we're assuming would take about a year, then we'd be able to start taking applications.
Let me ask
a question. Are these paid internships? Yes, they are. Do you know what the approximate commitment of time? Yes, thank you for reminding me because I have all these details. So we would be offering $15 an hour. And the commitment would start at $5 an hour. $5 a week, or depending on how many interns we get, that can go up to $20 a week. And it would be fully remote. All they would need is access to internet and activity.
So can you send us some information? I mean, we can get this out there pretty.
Oh, yes, I would love that.
We have a lot of ag producers. You got to do down there.
I didn't bring a notebook, which is a bad call on my part.
Yeah,
That's the best way for me to get this information to you.
Marilyn, and then she can send it out.
Great, that's so exciting, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and just because you reminded me, the benefits of the internship would be you have references, you would learn office soft skills, which we've learned from COVID has been a really big lack in people joining the professional world. So learning how to send an email, learning how to use Outlook and Teams, learning how to accept criticism and work as a team, these sorts of skills that help you succeed once you leave school. So we would be doing some sort of mentorship as a facet of the internship. So
Where are you based at?
we're statewide. I'm out of Helena, but our main office is in Great Falls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then are you targeting a specific demographic? Are you looking for Indigenous participants, women, a certain age group? Is there something that you're trying to procure in your interns?
The only requirement is that you would be enrolled in one of the tribal colleges and universities.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, that's a problem. Winterfell doesn't have a tribal college.
Okay.
Exception.
So yeah, would there possibly for the Williams tribe, maybe have an exception?
Yes, absolutely. There is no reason why we wouldn't be able to do that.
And they're in Great Falls, right?
Oh.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that up.
Yeah, I didn't have college now.
So any questions or comments?
What do you know? You have a card?
I do, yes.
Yeah, that'll help.
How much?
He says hi.
My niece is president of Stoneville College.
Oh, wow. I would love to do this.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
thank
for,
you. Appreciate that.
hearing me.
Okay, moving on, looks like we have approval of the 5/18/2022, 8/24/2022, and 11/16/2022 meeting minutes, and I believe they're all. Is that a struggle or what? Appreciate all that. You just want to take a look at that and we can. Motion to approve, I guess.
For giving me some time.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion to approve all three sets. Okay, we have a motion to approve all three. By Sean. Discussion. And all in favor, say aye. Opposed, there's none, motion passes. You all that, Marilyn?
I got it.
Dang it. Honor, hello, huh? Go ahead.
Two points. I believe that Sean Bluebird had wanted to address during public comments. And there is an unidentified iPhone on the call that I think you wanted to have them introduce themselves, just to put those out.
Who's on iPhone? See a phone number.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sean.
Okay, just like to say, I should appreciate giving me a little bit of time here in public comment to express the progress that's been happening. I recently was working with the Montana Indigenous Tourism Alliance, and as you well know, Chairman Gray and the rest of the commissioners that MIDA submitted a bill to the Rocky Mountain tribal leaders. And at that point in time, it was unanimously voted that each and every single tribe in the state of Montana, the 8 federally recognized tribes, would be encouraged to appoint a MIDA board of trustee so that Indian tribes can be represented in the tourism industry. In addition to that, there was another bill that was also submitted, and from the Rocky Mountain tribal leaders to support all the different funding that are out there within the state legislature. And so going back to the appointment, each and every one of the STED members need to communicate, or they themselves need to appoint either themselves or an individual of the tourism industry within their own tribe, so that they can be represented within the Montana Indigenous Tourism Alliance. And what we're moving forward on is a nonprofit organization so that we can collaborate on a national perspective, on a state perspective, and a local, and so that we can assist individuals from the grassroots all the way to the tribal level to the national level. Is there any kind of questions, thoughts, ideas? At this point, we're going to have it incorporated with the state of Montana. And I believe that the procedure process, it's going to be housed at the Manpower in Browning, Montana. And it's going to be within that department under Cheryl Rivas and Gail Skunkcap of the Blackfeet Nation. Any questions, thoughts, or ideas?
So you're asking for the tribes to appoint someone to the board, Sean, or?
Correct. I'm asking the Indian tribes, tribal leadership, from your position to the representatives at STED, to encourage them to appoint an individual. We're going to finalize the final draft of that letter that's going to be going to the tribal leaders, and we're going to submit it to Brooke of Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders, and also I'll submit it to Rachel there, Rochelle there, and then she could forward it on to all the different STED members. And we'd like to have that up and running soon. We're doing the articles of incorporation as we speak. And in addition to that, we're going to also represent the MIDA organization at the Governor's Conference on Tourism, I believe in April 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And we'd like to have, hopefully we'd like to have the membership appointed by then. But you will be receiving the draft by the end of the week. The first letter requesting the nomination.
Sounds good.
All right. With that, any other questions on that, or any other thoughts on that?
Hi, Sean, this is Cheryl. I just wanted to also mention that I think monthly there are meetings hosted by Jane Roble. Are you folks a part of those meetings? Has anybody been invited to those meetings? I haven't been able to attend the last couple of them, but it was something that Gail had put together a few months ago, and I thought that Rochelle maybe had attended them. I'm not sure if Marilyn knows about them yet, but this is an opportunity for everybody to be on those monthly meetings. Is anybody else aware of those meetings?
Yeah, I mean, part of the Little Shell, yeah, we're invited every time they send out email.
Yep.
There's quite an extensive list.
I usually get a late invite, and when I am invited, I do present.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, Cheryl. Just a question, the individual we had appointed for the tourism or state commission. Has he given you an answer yet on whether he's going to continue to represent the state commission or?
I believe our Vice Chair, are you speaking about the Tourism Advisory Council representatives at the TAC? And Scott may also be able to elaborate on some updates to the TAC. But right now there is one opening and there is one position that's being filled by Nathan St. Goddard at Blackfeet. So he's active at TAC. And then Lane Spotted Elk was the second tribal council rep, but he is termed out. So that is a vacancy on the TAC. And then at the legislative level, they are doing some red tape and slimming down the TAC as well.
And do you want to say?
No.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, so there's bill running, I can't remember the bill number right now. But the goal was to reduce, TAC had kind of ballooned up to 19 people. It was hard to get a quorum sometimes, became a very unruly size. And so we requested and have worked with the legislature to size it down to have a representative, essentially a number of 9, which is useful because we have 6 designated tourism regions. We have, and then a seat designated for the tribes, and then a seat for the Hospitality Association, and then an at-large seat. So it hopefully provides geographic representation for the state, provides specific representation for the tribes. And my goal is that the Tourism Advisory Council, has taken on some auditing tasks and some other stuff like that over the years that really don't move the ball forward necessarily. I'm going to say in the most efficient as well as the most thoughtful manner, right? Where they're doing work, but they're not as active in moving the ball forward. And I think that having for tourism, and I think having a smaller group to really represent the areas, tribes in a more focused fashion will give us the ability to have the TAC be truly an advisory council that provides information to all of us here at Commerce and the Office of Tourism to make a difference. And really, and I think one of the most important parts is really understanding what are the requirements going forward for doing a meaningful tribal tourism effort. Certainly Michelle is here and is doing a great job to be able to initiate that. And I really appreciate the work that's been done in the last several months since she's gotten here. But I think more importantly, it's, what are we building for the future? How are we aligning with the tribes in terms of what we're doing from a marketing standpoint? And what are we understanding about our, the people that are coming to visit, right? And the traveling public, whether it be people from inside Montana or outside Montana, has, expectations and, have become certainly different over the past few years. And I think it's important that whatever experience someone has in Montana, wherever it is, that they have an experience that they say, I want to go back to that someday. I mean, that's the true measure of whether you've been successful in your effort, right? And that's going to be demanding for a lot of us probably to look at and say, we didn't think about it that way, but repeat business is always the best business, right? So in any kind of business, and that's where I think the opportunity for us to look at it and work with the tribes is going to be really good.
So who decided to do that with the TAC? Are you looking at? About time. That's long overdue. Group was getting at it. That's a joke. So, kudos to you.
All right, thank you. Was it without a little bit of resistance?
Oh, sure. You did the tourism breakdown at the Heritage Great Falls meeting, right? That gave all that data and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that was good. I
Yeah.
mean, we're starting to see that roll out.
Yeah.
She did a really good job of that. I don't think you were there.
I wasn't there, but I've seen some.
But,
Yeah,
we've received more information from the econ department,
And
getting
the
more and more
website stuff.
geofencing.
Yeah, that was. really-
Yeah, and it'll be a great baseline for measuring success going
Alright,
forward
yeah.
too, yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, let's see what else. Cheryl, did you have another question, comment?
Sean is raising his hand.
Oh, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, one quick note, on the MIDA meeting, the quarterly MIDA meeting is gonna be held tomorrow at, I believe at 10 o'clock. And I can send Rochelle the Zoom information on that information. And so I'm encourage everybody on STED to be able to be part of it if they have it within their schedule. And one quick note on TAC, I was on the meeting last week, and it looked like since Lane Spotted Elk was termed out, it was been expressed that a lot of times when tribal leadership, when they appoint an individual within TAC, that a lot of times that individual does not attend. And so there's an effort to change the language so that it could be two individuals who are involved in the tourism industry that could be on TAC. And it's something that the STED could take a look at. They could be a STED member. The thing is, I see that there is a lot of gaps within TAC and tourism, native tourism and tribal tourism, because there could be a greater effort that can be provided in terms of the tourism industry and the events that are being held in Indian country, from the powwows to the reenactments to the different native lodges, hotels, and things like that that are out there in Indian country in the state of Montana that could essentially receive good and free press, and also meet the tourism standard of getting these tourists to these locations and enjoy themselves at the different locations on the reservations. So if we can close that gap and showcase some of our industry, I think we'll be ahead in the long run. Just something to think about as we move forward, because Native Caucus is trying to maintain those two positions. And so I need STED to be able to also voice that concern to Native Caucus to maintain those two positions, because if we don't want to be caught off guard and the two TAC members that are representing Indian country are removed. So we just need to be aware on that position.
Was MIDA thing different from Jane's? You know?
Same.
Okay, I just wanted.
Yep.
These groups going. Any other questions or comments for Sean?
Good job, Sean.
Yeah, good to see everybody, the whole crew. And I know you guys are moving forward and making things happen at the state level and your tribal level. You guys are doing an outstanding job.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, moving on. We're way behind now, but Carolyn will catch us up. We have U.S. Department of Treasury, SSDCI.
This was just a reminder to put it on the agenda to make sure everybody was reminded that the U.S. Department of Treasury extended for tribal governments to submit their complete SSBCI technical assistance grant program applications. It was moved to March 31st, 2023. So just a reminder for everyone. That's all.
See, that was easy.
Yeah. There you go.
We like that. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate those emails there. I can get them out to a lot of our people that are involved with programs that the feds have set up. I think
Yeah.
Good to hear that. Thank you.
Okay. So up next, tribal business planning grant. Had wanted this on the, yeah. Well, I think we're gonna have to revisit this. I wanted to revisit. We didn't get to revisit it last time, so. Change the name of it, whatever it is, we don't know, right? Yeah, maybe you guys know, Scott.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so, and just for those of you, just a reminder, Leanne Taylor's, I'm the Business MT Division Administrator. So we have in economic development. And so I appreciate you getting this on here because we wanted to discuss it for quite a while. So do you want me to just give everybody a little bit of history of kind of what we discovered?
Yeah.
Sure. So with the tribal business planning grants, basically every tribe gets one per year. And as we started kind of looking back, and there's a lot that I have a list here of amendments, almost all of them get amended each time. Some of them don't get completed. You know, we just don't have any information. And then, so actually, I think I gave you the percentages, 32%, less than 32% ever get to completion. And then from that, I think it's like 4% actually go onto a project that creates some kind of economic development for the tribe that, you know, did the planning grant. So we just don't know that that's the best use of these funds. I mean, when we get 112 Indian Equity Fund applications, is that a better use of the funds? But basically, you know, we're just seeing from the numbers and trying to go back and track. And, you know, and this is as much the department's fault. We don't ask for follow-up or reporting. So we're just really trying to, you know, take a look at all the programs in Indian country and figure out what is the best way for these monies to be spent so that we can really spur economic development. Personally, it does not look like the way the tribal business planning grants are. For example, there was a tribe with this last round that because we front the money, the 25,000 up front, and then it doesn't get completed, or I think this particular tribe, it was only $8,000 that was actually utilized. So then we have to go ask for the money back, which is never a fun thing to do. For 2022, so 4 of the tribes had one amendment, 2 of the tribes, nothing had even been started. So this was last year. So the grant would have ended in December. Yeah, there was one tribe that they completed it, but they were quite considerably under budget. You know, there's no closeout docs. And again, I mean, this is as much the department as anything. I think we could just structure it better. We've been kind of tossing around some solutions, and I think that that's what this discussion was maybe for.
Yeah.
You know, maybe each tribe only gets one grant per 3 years, and we do something different with the rest of the money so that it can go towards the project. So I think we're open for anything, but that's kind of the history and what some of the issues are that we've discovered.
Can I just make one quick comment? We're doing this with everything. I mean, this is not just looking at, you know, the ICE program. We're doing this from top to bottom, and there are a number of programs that just have not been. We're investing the tax dollars that the state, you know, provides, and that the constituents of the state provide, and you know, and you know, I look at it as this is your money and this is our money, and you expect for us to invest it properly for return. So again, it's not specific to Indian country at all. It's you know, we're looking at every program to make sure that
we watch the news. Trust me, no.
Yeah, you know, to make sure that we're effective, because in Montana, a little bit can go a long way, you know, compared to other places. But we just want to make sure that those little bits really elevate whatever it is that we're trying to create, and we get results at it. So now, this is our really an open opportunity to look at it and say, how do we best support these monies in the program, tribal entrepreneurship and economic development in a way that, can be really meaningful. So we're sitting here a year later celebrating the success of X amount of programs as opposed to finding, 4 or whatever that didn't even get started.
Yeah.
That's just,
Well, I
it's not
think-
good for you.
I think
for your
too,
tribes.
what this thing was, when it got changed to a tribal planning grant, it was, the first 1 or 2, okay, but like we've always said that, and I think this commission in the past has said too, that you can only plan so much. And these things get shelved, and that I can see now with the numbers that you have a lack of interest in. The writing's on the wall, it's not gonna work, let's think of something different, I mean. Don't get me wrong, the plans that we did, if they're on the shelf, we can still pull them off and use them. The problem is your access to capital that becomes a big issue. It's a whole different thing. Yeah, you can do $25,000 business, plan, but then what? You're just sitting there. I mean, obviously the tribes don't have that kind of money sitting around to fund business. But I'm glad we're having this because we see it and hear it. We are asked, hey, what about that? And you're like, oh, hey, wait, let me find out.
Chair, one more comment. So one of the things, gosh, now I just forgot I was just thinking about because Big Sky Trust Fund. Oh, one of the good things with our Indian country economic development programs, they're not in statute. Like with Big Sky Trust Fund, we're completely trying to redo that. We have to wait for a session, get through that. So we do have a little bit more flexibility in how we structure these, and that is key. For discussions.
Chairman, over the years, I've been on the commission for a number of years. And this has always been a topic where it's actually flip-flopped, where the state had given tribes more money than gone to the ICE grants. Right now, the way it sits, we're able to do a feasibility study. It's about it, the amount of dollars, and possibly leverage it with some other programs. But I guess in the past, it's just kind of seems like it's kind of been played around with. I would say the distribution of the dollars. The tribes will receive the majority of those dollars, and the ICE recipients were less, but we've increased the amount of dollars that the ICE grantees receive now. I think it's just about double of what they received, but that came from the share that the tribes were getting at that time. Just, I don't know what, I guess me, but Chairman Gray is, why don't we reverse that back to the way it was? Where the tribes are able to do something other than a feasibility study.
That's a good point, because when Little Shell got the money when it was a little bit more like what, 75, 80 or something like that. We were able to we still have the equipment that our businesses that are helping us go gangbusters. It's really helped. We utilized that for a couple of things like that, no problem. Then it got changed to this planning grant. We got some really good ideas, but someone can help fund it.
How long is this planning grant?
3 or 4 years, I think. Maybe longer.
Mr. Chair, I just
I know it preceded
looked up
the
2012.
Yeah.
2012.
The planning grant? No,
What came from them?
wasn't that long, because we only have a few.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 20.
But I think like as chairman. It's hard.
Years since I've been.
You've been here a long time.
Not the planning grant. The planning grant part, the 25,000, 30,000, that was.
That's pretty recent.
Yeah, that part is.
Yeah.
Before that, it was, 80 grand or whatever. Sure.
I think it was 78,000.
78, that was it.
Yeah.
that helped, but then it got switched to a planning grant, and we have some good business plans that we can take right off the shelf today if we have to, if we have the money to.
I guess the question is that what is needed today? What are it's just, if we have our own internal rulemaking capability within Commerce and to work with study, you'll say what addresses the greatest need. I mean, that's fundamentally the question in terms of the budget is how do we, there isn't unfortunately a huge amount of cash there. So does it become sort of a rotating type of program where you can fund, a particular effort, more significantly in a year and then have it rotate over time? Or, we're open to anything, but we know that we're just not getting a return that for the tribes. I mean, this is.
I don't think a revolving loan is gonna help them.
Yeah,
I mean,
so the question is, what is it,
That's what Hope Basic. So I'll go to the state and see. We'll pay you back.
But I also noticed that the election of the tribes, whether to submit a proposal for 1 year or submit for 2 years. I know the state of Scootney had gone in and kind of built it up before the couple years, 3 years before then they had a project they could do after a few years. But they took advantage of it. And I wish my tribe would have at that time also built that money up so we could really have an economic development project. Have the money available to do the project.
Yeah.
So would something, because I think that what we've done, I mean, that was kind of some extra funding, but with the tribal tourism grants, I mean, where shovel-ready projects, I mean, it becomes an actual project that the department can help facilitate. Because we're trying to get away from amendments. It just becomes kind of a nightmare. But what about a competitive process with the funds that don't go to a planning for somebody that has a shovel-ready project? Because the revolving loan fund with the trust land, I mean, that just becomes tough, and so.
I think that's a good idea. I think, like with what we put in for is gonna be huge for not just us, Great Falls, Cascade County. So I think they're really helpful.
Yeah. But on the business side.
Right.
Something.
And if I may, Chair, just one of the things that we were talking about as a team, how to, what might be a proposal for the STED to kind of mill over and consider if this pot of money that is typically this 30,000 out across 8, but it gets pooled to the original 240. And then the tribes can compete for a project, maybe even taking one of those feasibility studies, getting it off the shelf and saying, now we're ready with this money, and I'm not sure if matching would be an element just to make it go further. I don't know if 240,000 is enough to get one of those plans going or to leverage those funds for a bigger capital project. But those were some of the ideas that we were kind of fleshing out for you to consider as one of the potential uses.
I would be completely against that.
Yeah.
You're pitting tribe against tribe.
Okay.
In my books, it's been tried so many times that I felt it, where all of a sudden the tribes are divided because of money. Yeah. I just can't see it really.
But then if we were to do, even if that was considered, I mean, hopefully it wouldn't be the same, tribe getting it each year. It would revolve to, but you have one tribe would be waiting 8 years.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
We will not.
I see. And again,
Richard.
The young guy over there, you'll be. Yeah, we'd love to hear the ideas.
What if we asked for maybe a list of projects that are or would be ready? I mean, I don't know how we can always make everything completely equal. I'm just like the tourism, you know, each tribe got a different amount, one tribe didn't submit. I mean, I think that there's different things and I think somewhat fair would be great. But sometimes it's just not always ready and it's kind of a small amount of money. Just wondering if there's a way that we can, you know, not make it completely equal all the time, but not make it so that everybody has to wait for 8 years or you're pitting tribe against tribe. I mean, because we have to come up with something to do economic development. And if there's tribes that are ready, you know, we'd love to be able to help or partner or matching funds for some of these USDA grants or just look at everything that, you know, Maryland's been sending out and we're track of. So.
Thanks, Chairman. So each tribe gets $30,000 currently. I would think, like Chairman Gray said, that there are a lot of projects that probably all of us have that just require some additional funding of some sort. And I would think if that was part of the requirement that you have something that's shovel ready, you have a plan, then that could go to that, and that might make it more equitable. And then if I don't know what you would do if some tribes don't have a plan, but I mean, just off the top of my head, I can think of a number of projects that we're looking at, and it always comes down to funding. You know, so like we're just in the beginning stages of planning a big visitor center for the Bison Range and our cultural center to make it one large center. So, you know, that takes a lot of work with architects and all kinds of things. We're just at the beginning stages of that. So, but we have other things that are more fleshed out. But we have, you know, our powwow grounds always need repairs. That's a huge, that brings in a lot of money to our reservation. We're the second largest powwow in Montana. So, you know, but that brings in a lot of money to the reservation that supports a lot of tribal vendors. So we have a number of things that are ongoing. So for us, I think it would be easy. But I would think if people had that expectations, maybe the tribes who didn't, they could work on, okay, how do we? So maybe that would make it more.
I mean, another alternative might be in this pooling thought, being able to say it's an every other year type of thing, so the tribe has an opportunity to. So then it would be $60,000, let's just say, and the tribe has an opportunity to really work on a focused project and have a timeline. And if you have ones that aren't ready, then fine, they're you know, in essence automatically ready for the next cycle. So there's at least a larger pooling of money. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea, but $3,000 doesn't, as you said, doesn't get you very far. 60 in some cases, if you're doing a capital stack or whatever, could make a difference, right? If you're trying to raise $500,000 or something. So it becomes, you know, maybe another way to sort of at least create a more of a predictable cadence. And if, you know, if for example, Jennifer, you say you guys have this project ready, and you know, we didn't have one ready necessarily in Chippewa Cree. If you went first, and then they'd have their time to, okay, let's get this ready so we get this pot of money and get this plan together. So it creates a, you know, effectively a target, right, to shoot at and say, okay, let's do this and be intentional about it and make it happen. So it's, in a sense, it creates a planning process, right, to be able to get to that point and then execute. Because I think what's difficult to look at from the investment of these dollars is if only 4% of the numbers get to an execution point, then historically, you'd look at that and say, is that 4% per year, or is that 4% over 5 years? I can't remember. I don't know what it's in total. That just isn't good for, that means there was a lot of work done that over the past 4 or 5 years, still nothing has happened. And it doesn't have to be immediate. I mean, sometimes with these other things takes time to put capital stack together or get other permissions together and all that stuff. But, you know, maybe it's the type of thing where, let's say you're doing a 5-year project and then every other year you're getting this $60,000 that's committed to it. Maybe we could put some fences around it to be able to say this is a real capital campaign type effort to launch something that's meaningful for the tribe. And it, you know, maybe it takes 3 years to 5 years to get it done. You've got 2 to 3 cycles potentially, depending upon where that is, to be able to, you know, collect that money. And from that standpoint, we could let it roll over potentially, depending on how we contract for it, right? Given that we keep funding over a trend over legislative sessions, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think what we would have to do is maybe 4 tribes, 1 year more than it. And this is because of the way the state, we cannot carry that money over. So we'd have to.
We can have it committed somehow.
Yes.
So it'll be every a 2-year cycle, you know, because we're not really in the governor's base budget. Something that we've been trying to do for a number of years, but we just can't get into the base budget.
Well, I think this is just, so one of the things that, you know, that's why we want to really look at this, because I think showing success and showing some repeatability of that success is the only way we get to be in the base budget, because then there's a level of confidence.
Yeah.
Right. You know, when somebody asks us this question and we have to say 4%, it's like, you know, it's like, you know, you have to, unfortunately, we don't stand up and represent that the program is working really well. Right. So that doesn't build confidence to be able to say, well, let's move this off of an OTO and actually make a committed program. I think the awareness is raising. And I think, you know, what we want to do is make sure we highlight, and that's one of the reasons why, I don't know if Mitch is still on, but we have a new PIO, Public Information Officer, and we really want to celebrate successes and make sure that we know that, you know, if something happens that is newsworthy, that we're putting it out there, right? And it doesn't have to be a grant that we gave out or whatever. It has to be celebrating something that's a great success. It could be you've shipped your, you know, 10 millionth pound of travertine out of the mine, or, you know, whatever. We're looking for those successes to promote Indian country in a way that helps build confidence in, you know, both the legislators, but also in the community. Look, this is how they're economically benefiting the state and what return is coming out of, and what good things are coming out of the trial.
Sure, no one wants to see wasted money. Would you guys be able to flush that out a little bit more? That would be something.
And we're open to any other ideas.
Yes. Email Marilyn or myself if you've got other ideas. And that's we really are trying to get to the point where, like, this money can, you know, be in the base budget, be increased as we have success stories.
Right.
And I mean, I just, you know, Marilyn and Rochelle are just doing a great job. And, you know, with Marilyn starting to send out the funding opportunities, you know, we're reworking on the entire social media website and everything to be able to highlight each of the tribes and some of these success stories. So any newsworthy items that you have, please, you know, get them to Marilyn. But yes, we can flesh that out. And like I said, just feel free to reach out with any other ideas. And then once we come up with something, we put it in writing and send it out.
So I think this is Morgan. Is that Morgan? Is that your question?
Yeah, I'm just curious if there are resources on any of the grants that you're distributing for people to consider, like if you're making these investments, I guess, as a group, or I'm not exactly sure how it's adjudicated, but are there opportunities for tribes? I was listening to people say if there isn't a good proposal, are there resources that exist at Commerce or elsewhere that typically tribes go to for support in developing their plan, or yeah, making sure that they have a good model at hand?
Yeah.
They help too.
We have the NABAs, the Native American Business Advisors, which we're actually, kind of working that a little bit to do more financial literacy training amongst some other things. So, yeah, we're investing a little bit more time in that, and I think. So, yes, there are, and I don't think that it's so much that it's not a good plan. It's just that there's one every year, and there's, for each tribe. So, then there's not enough time to do anything or money to do anything with those actual plans. I think they're great plans. It's just, having the other resources to see them through.
Some of the things we're looking at is developing more resources for grant writing tools. We have Michelle Cushman here from our Brand and Tea division. Many tribes have taken advantage of applying for tourism grants or the event grant cycles. She does a great recorded webinar to give people some information about what's the criteria, what are eligible activities. And I think that there's definitely some growth potential for us in our department to have that to model after Michelle's webinar for people to have it uploaded so that they can get themselves, grant ready and prepared to have a strong application submitted. And in addition, maybe we need to also look at how within our programs, get some suggestions for eligibility adjustments. How can we adjust our guidelines for these grants to target the projects that are really going to make a difference? And there may be barriers that we're not seeing within our guidelines that are preventing some development. And so those will be some great feedback to also have. So how do we can, how will that, sounds good.
Good, well, appreciate that.
Yes.
Now we can stop calling it tribal business planning. No.
Well, or expand it.
Expand it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you
for your time.
Yeah,
Yes.
appreciate that.
And we'll be letting you know that our legislative, the budget is up to date, so we'll let you know if.
Would it be okay to go ahead and, just rather than take 30,000 this year, let's have 60,000 for next year? Are you under pressure to get the 30,000 out to the tribe?
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, yes. So we will have to have this year's funds allocated by the end of June. So I think we'll try to get something here in the next month, and and maybe it will be that if there are some shovel-ready projects, they could put in for something and do first, this year's like double up on a couple, and then for next year's maybe 4 other tribes that might have something shovel-ready by then.
That sounds good.
So.
All right. Go ahead and take a break.
Yep, you are. Your camera just came on.
Good. I was wondering if she had by the spot. Just, yeah. Go ahead.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again. I'm Linwood Fields, and we got to meet last time, and I really appreciate you having us back for a more in-depth
conversations about partnership and ideas that we have. One thing we didn't do last time that I thought I might do is just give a little bit of background, historical background about where I'm coming from and where we're going. And so the first thing I wanted to do was just go through this slideshow. Feel free to ask me questions or wait to the end, but really my goal today is to talk to you all about like, is there a place in which we partner together and tell stories? So this will be a presentation on Montana Film Set Ready. Specifically, I am incredibly passionate about film being an economic impact for the state of Montana. I consider myself a film advocate for the state of Montana and have started since 2017 working with legislation, and I'm also a filmmaker for 12 years. We're going to go through some things. Oh, Morgan says hi. Hi, Morgan. I work at Accelerate Montana too. So, all right. So the next slide, I want to give you some background here about film industry economics. I could just make this like that one. Thank you. Okay. So just to give you some numbers, because I think that's important, capital investment in original content has increased by 2,300% in 2011, is projected to double in 2023. What that means is demand in film is exploding. Nationally, sound stages are at over 95% capacity, and crew is needed in a major way. Now, the state of Montana is a great example of where crew is needed.
Wonder why.
Yeah. So in 2019, they passed the Montana Economic Development Industry Advancement Act, known as the Media Act. Many people say to me, like, why are Montana stuff filmed in Canada, New Mexico, Georgia? The reason is because we do not have a film incentive. The first thing any production asks is, does that state have a film incentive? And if they say no, then they go to Canada, or they go to New Mexico, or they go to California.
But New Mexico got rid of theirs and they really affected it. And then, yeah, it was huge.
And Utah,
Yeah.
we'll get into Utah, lost 450 million because of us.
Yeah. that's a lot.
So we have one of the top competitive film incentives in the entire United States. There's over 40 states that have these. So this is a pretty common thing. Now, I helped write it. One of the things we're really working on is incentivizing Montana crew at 25%. So if you hire a Montana crew person, you get 25% back on your tax incentive. Eventually, we'll probably phase out of the out of state, but because we haven't built up our crew base yet, we're still working on that. This year's bill has Indigenous at 30% in veterans. So there is a bigger incentive to hire Indigenous than there ever has.
So is it, I mean, you know, a few years ago, the crew was always coming out of Bozeman. Is that changing at all?
Yes, and I thank you for asking that. I would say right now, still Bozeman and Missoula are the highest crew base in the entire state, but I want to show you some numbers about where that's changing. Of course, the one thing that I always have to plug is we only have a $12 million cap, which is not going to work if we're going to keep growing. Yellowstone in 1923 are going to take 32 million. So you can see the numbers aren't working. We need to get the cap up in the legislation this year. I think there's some openness to that. And I always want to say that it's a good problem to have that we have the #1 TV shows in the entire United States in our backyard. That's a good problem. I also want to show that that's not the only production happening in the state. With the Media Act, the Film Office is required to do an economic report every 2 years. I want to show you these numbers because they're pretty staggering, they're huge. So before this passed, so this is again July 2020 to 2022, before this, we had under 50 productions. You can see that once this passed, we had 195 productions in the state of Montana with over 191 million total direct spend. Total local economic impact was 153 million with 840 full-time jobs created. These numbers are off the charts. Now, when this passed in 2019, I saw two holes happen immediately. Productions did not know who to hire locally, and crew did not know how to connect to productions. So I created Media Training Center. My entire goal is to connect Montanans to productions and vendors to productions so that we are benefiting the most. Eventually, I would like it to be 75 to 95% spend going just to Montanans. So I want to show you how exciting this is as it grows. I think right now we're sustainably growing, which I appreciate. I don't think Montana needs to have a ton of people coming in right away and not be able to handle it. We are sustainably growing at a great pace. If we continue, I just want to show you the jobs.
50 to 120K are pretty much standard for full-time jobs. That is my goal, again, is that Montana's getting these jobs and we're working full-time because a lot of us are competing now against remote workers. We've got the Zoom culture where California, New York can come and live here and get paid 150 to 250K. How are we in Montana gonna compete? And there's some pushback that film is the reason. To me, it's this COVID Zoom culture that is really taking housing and all that. I think film is the answer. I think film has a lot of money and wants to spend in Montana. How can we get those jobs so that we can compete and buy homes? And so I created Film Set Ready, and some of you may know Accelerate Montana, but Accelerate Montana got a grant from the governor's office for $6 million for rapid training courses for basically employees. It's in tech, manufacturing, healthcare. Something else in the space. Construction, thank you. We consider film media manufacturing, so we were able to slide that in. And so now we're doing rapid training courses just for film. So these courses, we're starting with production assistant. And production assistant is an entry-level job that they will 100% hire Montans. They cannot freeze in. So we've had great success since we started this. We have two options. We have an online element. We also have a 2-day intensive. And a few asked for you all today, but one of them is to think about would your community like us to come train. I would love to come and do that if that's of interest. We also have the online option. We have 6 in-person cohorts happening from now to June. I am pushing hard that we could actually have some tribal communities. We have 0 so far, but we have the Salish Flathead Reservation, Salish Kootenai and Pend Oreille in July. We're looking at coming there. Okay, so the partnership that I'd love to discuss and see if there's interest. So we have done this already. I want to show some case studies. In August of 2021, the Quistanistan, which is a organization on a Flathead Reservation that takes, it works with the tribe and foster care to have forever homes and to combat boarding school and generational trauma, is now doing foster care forever homes where they take kids and they put them in tribal homes so that you get your culture back. And we did a film about it, did a documentary. We did 2 parts, and I think this is really exciting. If you have organizations you may want to highlight, you can do this. So in August 21, what we do is make sure that our crew is tribal. And we worked with Ivy and Ivy McDonald, who just premiered at Sundance with a Showtime film. They're wonderful, they're Blackfeet. And we took 15 students. We told the story. We had our wonderful elder and tribal leader, Johnny R. Lee, interviewed. And you can see here, all these students are shadowing. Our mission was to have 50% Indigenous and veterans. The other half were at college students across the state. The greatest thing that happened with this was a week intensive, 2 days where they did the PA course, 2 days where they shadowed. And now this film, if you want to slide up, is premiering on Sunday as its world premiere at the Big Sky Dog Film Festival, which is an Oscar-nominated film festival. So now all these students got to do this. They now have credits on a film, and they all get to come and celebrate. We're also now on our Johnny R. Lee Acting Festival. So we're very excited about this, and I think we can replicate this over and over.
What's the name?
It's called Quistanistan. It means the place where you do your best. It's a 7-minute, it's a short, but I think it's going to lead to some things. And we did this for multiple reasons. Not only are all these people now knowing how to do some filmmaking stuff, this organization can now use it to fundraise.
If anybody's familiar with what's going on with the attack on ICWA, how important that is in tribal nations, stuff like this can help raise awareness as to how that affects our communities.
Well, and I'm glad you said that. So now we got funding because of this film. So it leads to like snowballing, right? Ivy and Ivan are getting funding to do a film called Breaking the Silence that deals with ICWA and boarding schools, and this film helped lead to getting funding for it. So another process of research and development.
Do we get a special viewing today?
I wanted to know, I want to see some of it.
showed it to you and I was like, do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Okay. No matter what, I can send it to you afterwards, but I can show you probably if you let me log into my stuff, but, okay, I think it's pretty cool. All
I
right.
am also chomping at the bit to see it, I really.
Okay, well, maybe we'll do that.
Yeah, there might be a share, like if you join them, maybe a share your screen.
Yeah.
Might be the way to do it.
Okay, we'll keep going and then we'll do it. All right. So again, I talked about we have these intensives. I come and teach. I bring a truck. It's 2 days. You learn film set ready stuff. So basically, I took my 12 years of filmmaking, condensed it in 2 years or 2 days. Because right now, people either go to film school or they go to sets. And film school is a lot of theory. Sets are immediately on there, and if you don't know what you're doing, it's pretty obvious. And what I wanted to do was make it so people felt confident. And I will tell you that out of my students who graduated, my tribal and veteran students are doing the best. And they're somehow, like, because I think community-based, mission-based, storytelling-based just fits culturally. They're great filmmakers. And so I'm going to show you some case studies. But these are confirmed. I would love to talk to anybody who's interested in more than that. And we go over safety, beaver work, walkie-talkie protocol, equipment. You get to load and unload an actual truck. And we talk about crew and language on sets. I will say we do have some commitments. Accelerate Montana has 3 tribal outreach coordinators, so I work with them every week about what we can do and how we can do outreach. But Lodge Grass High School is interested in doing it online. So this is also being used in colleges and high school as supplement materials. So the teachers can use it to teach in the classrooms, even if I'm not there. So they're starting to get that regardless of that. And then,
I got one real quick.
yes, jump in, like, I'm just gonna go.
It's awesome that you brought up schools because our middle school in Poplar, the little Buffalo Society, you guys know about them too. And so I think, them as where they started and where they're at right now, I think it's pretty good, especially using the young kids and trying to give them.
Fort Peck is actually where I'm looking at for the apprenticeship piece of it. Fort Peck is my area for the pilot, right in this one.
Because I could put you in touch with the person that started it. And at first, it just started out with just them just having a few dollars, and then they got a grant for it, and then now it's just growing and bigger for the kids and stuff, and it's actually really good. Maybe I'll text him, but maybe I could send a link to you guys too, so that way you guys are able to look to see what they have too.
That's gonna be what my ask is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And really what I think our goal is to make connections and start this relationship, because I believe this is a long-term relationship with economic benefit and storytelling benefit.
So who do you approach at the high schools or any school? Our teacher or?
Yeah, so a lot of times it seems to be the counselors are the
Oh,
first
counselor.
great connection, because this can be done for individuals or an entire classroom. And so the other thing is the Flathead Reservation one, that's Easton Film, they got another grant to do a new film on foster care, and it's gonna be through the kids' perspective, but meanwhile, we're gonna do a documentary on that process and try to replicate this again when we get into the film festivals.
And in school districts, what I'm finding where the quickest connection for instructors to do this material are the CTE, the career technical educators. Kinds of programs.
Again, this is what we go over. So the online one has different instructors. The one thing that we did that was, I think, important is we did a thing called Pro Tips. And if you want to slide up more, we recorded videos of people who are with HBO, Showtime, Netflix, and they talk about what they wish you knew, what they wish they had known when they started. So it gives you this industry professional insight that is pretty valuable. In our online and in person, we follow Amanda Bearman, who was one of my first graduates, who is just excelling at this. She graduated immediately. Well, I have a video, so I won't get too much away, but a PA course usually pays about $150 per day on a set. Within a year, she became a second AD, which doubles your pay, if not more than that. So within a year, she's already doubled. She's loving what she's doing. She's incredible. But I have never asked. I think she's in her twenties.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's young. And I will tell you, ideally, like 18 to 27 are really good PAs, but our older people, yes, I mean, it's open, but, and 16-year-olds can take the class. Legally, some of these big productions can't have anybody who's under 18. But I say, like, start planting the seed at 16 and start teaching them how to make their own stuff.
Or you get them interested.
That's right.
Where's she? Oh, Blackfeet.
She's Blackfeet. She does live in Missoula now, but she's originally from Browning. These are just some of the slides of showing you the interactive, you know, like we might think of this as a power cord, but it's known as a stinger onset. So what's a C47? So you are now like knowing your language and you come on so much more confident, which is why they're moving up. Again, we get to unload a truck, both online and in person. And we do a bunch of walkie-talkie interactions online and in person. So I consider Media Training Center and Accelerate for Montana the bridge to success. We've already done a bunch of successful training. We did one at youth that 1923 came and hired out of the classroom. Every single person who took that course was either an extra or a PA on that set. So we're really finding that they do want to hire. And the other thing that I want to say is I don't think all these productions are out of state. There are a ton of local people making films. I am one of them. And a lot of my friends in the Indigenous filmmaking world talk about how poorly those films are represented. And until they're telling their own stories, it's going to return. It's going to keep being like that. So that's one of the goals is to get more Indigenous films made through the correct lens. And that just comes from training and opportunities. And then the last thing we have talked about is I also created a database. So everyone who graduates and takes my course goes into a database. I get qualified productions about once a week. Anyone who takes the course gets a virtual badge and they move to the top of that list. And so they're getting promoted to get hired as well. Can't always guarantee, but that's my goal. And then I do want to let you know what's coming. If this incentive comes up, I know in Billings, so this is really important for people who are close to Billings. There is like a big studio that might go in there. They are actually really great. I've talked to them and 100% committed to having mentorship on every one of their productions. They have $500 million in productions. So the other reason we start production systems, we can get on set and decide like, do I want to learn about hair and makeup? Do I want to do camera? Is director my path? And it's a way for you to see which way you want to talk about. And these are some of our partnerships. This is, the online course is $500. I will tell you for classrooms, we have a different model. I am working really hard on getting scholarships across the state so that anyone who wants to take this can take it. Some areas have ARPA funding, so Butte has money where people can still take it. If you know anybody in Butte who wants to do it, we just got a call from Show Imaging, who does Under the Big Sky, a big music festival, and they are wanting to get some scholarships away. And we just found out today that not only can we be a film, but live events are also going to start hiring. So these big music festivals, I will say, if we're interested in music, we would very much like to make some connections with tribal communities about festivals. And I think they just don't know how to connect, and can we start doing that?
Or is Under the Big Sky, you said?
Under the Big Sky is that big festival in Whitefish. I don't think it's heard of that. Yeah, so they are going to hire lots of people this year. They are very committed to doing some Indigenous scholarships. So if that's also something of interest, I'm happy to connect. We do have some partners. Accelerate Montana, Media Training Center, apprenticeship program, which will come up after me. Show Imaging, love your community to be a partner with us. And that's the presentation. I'm going to have a short video. And it's right there.
Just to kind of dovetail on like something you said about ARPA, there's also WIOA adult funds that are available for rapid training, short-term training for individuals. The place to access that is just services and to ask for programs. Pathways is usually a good start.
Well, and that leads us to, we just talked to Michelle, and one thing I'd love to plant the seed to talk to all of you about is there is $25,000 grants promote any of your events, we can partner together. I can bring in the film crew. We could also train students in your area and we can make videos about your events. So do you have an organization or an event that would be of interest? Now you can use that video. So Snequista, that video is theirs. They can use it however they want. They can put it on websites, they can send it to founders. But if you have an event coming up and we could apply for this 25,000, it takes me about 15,000 to make a short film, to pay the crew and to have the shadowing. Could you use that for marketing? Do you have an organization that you would like to have that video done? Could we make this happen together?
You have an annual event that you for event promotion. I remember Crow Beach.
I think we'll all have to start our own tribal film offices first.
I think that's one of our goals. We talked about that. And Oklahoma has really figured this out, and we have more tribal communities in Montana. But Oklahoma has their own film incentive. Could we come up with that? I don't know why.
Tourism.
Yes.
Yeah, so what she's talking about is the 25,000, match,
Billboards and.
billboards, advertising campaign, but what she's recommending is to piggyback on that is for the professional filming to come and film the event and then develop that as a content asset that you might be able to feature on your website, use it for short cut downs on social media. And so we'll talk further with Michelle about how we might be able to expand. Because right now the program is specifically for a tribe to promote an event that's happening or to take that 25,000 potential award and split it across a number of events. It right now doesn't have a set aside for content development. But that's what Michelle's getting quite excited about is the possibility of doing an additional piece for content development costs to be able to partner with a professional like this. And then again, provide that kind of mentoring where maybe some of the youth in the community want to get a firsthand experience and get some of that shadowing of how these kind of productions happen.
So we could come in and teach the 2-day course and then film for 5 days. Now they're shadowing. They're coming off with skills.
Yeah, and then when you mentioned, so the 500 course fee, right?
I might be able to talk with the director about a set aside within my budget to provide a certain number of scholarships per tribe for students to apply for to get that fee covered through my department from tourism development.
And we can film these in a way that they also get into film festivals because I think getting that kind of exposure is really helpful too. So these will be professionally shot, and that's why I wanted to show you some of these students.
I think it needs they're motivated when it comes to some of this.
And I will say this is a Montana thing across the board. Youth are interested in this. So the brain drain that we're seeing in every community, I believe film is a really great place to put that energy.
Well, in the lines culturally, right? Storytelling is historically how we have passed knowledge on to our youth. And we see the effects of the gaps of that storytelling now with my generation, like me who weren't raised on the reservation, didn't have family members around, and have very little idea of our culture, our stories. And I want to know, I want to learn. And the way that I have access to it, and that
86% of what people are doing on the internet is watching video. So it's going hard. So I just wanted to show you really quickly one of my graduates, and then after Amber, I'll invite well, I was just thinking, our people on Zoom may not know. We're not allowed to like show it what's in here. I see. So maybe I'll send it to everybody. I can show you the beginning. How's that? I'll show you the beginning. It's like I'll show you a teaser, and then I'll show you the whole thing after. We're just because it's a
Well, we can have internet connection problems.
But at least we'll give you an example of the quality that we're trying to strive for. Okay, so this is just a quick 1 minute.
Yeah, so she's flying, she's doing some great stuff, and she just got signed by an agent because she's also an actor. And I guess the last thing I'll say before I turn on the her is Indigenous storytelling is becoming quite big, and the people leading it are actually Montanans. Stormy Kipp is a star on Prey. Lily Gladstone is in a big film. Ivy and Ivan just premiered at Sundance. I will tell you that Montana Indigenous filmmakers are leading this wave, and I think we can do a lot more. And it's also, you know, just to say this part, economically very good. So why not combine it? That's what I remember, and then I'll show you a snippet of some.
So I'm going to take control of the keyboard because my presentation is not as fun as Linwood's because I work for the government. So I'll kind of go through, we this time wanted to give you guys a little bit of an idea of what we do individually and our roles and responsibilities for who we work for. So I'll talk a little bit about apprenticeship in itself and traditionally how we've operated in the state and how we contribute to the economy. And then I kind of want to segue into what I'm passionate about with this program. For the possibility of working with Linwood, because while I love the trades, my particular role is Equity University within registered apprenticeship itself. In that top bar, so I can hear.
I know.
Okay, we'll sneak. There we go. So a registered apprenticeship is actually a program, it's a workforce training program that was developed by Congress in 1937, federal act, the Apprenticeship Act was enacted in 1937. But I'm getting a whole ahead of myself. I work under the Department of Labor and Industry. We're under Workforce Services Division, and our team consists of supposed to be about 12 people. Right now, we're kind of limping along with about 7. So it's a tough deal that everybody, every employer in other states is dealing with as far as finding staffing. And so that is why our program exists, is to help businesses train and build qualified workers from the ground up. If they want to upskill within their own company, they can design an apprenticeship program. So I always get a little bit ahead of myself. What is apprenticeship? Like I said, established in 1937 under the Federal Act. 1941, our legislative session here in Montana enacted it. In 1977, we became what's called an SA state. So we are regulated by an advisory board within our state. Other states that don't have that designation, they are regulated under the Office of Apprenticeship, which is the federal designation. So we have a little bit more autonomy within our state because we're such a big state and our economy is so much different than the rest of the United States, that it behooves us to have some of that autonomy, to have flexibility within our apprenticeship programs. That's why we are now able to kind of look at apprenticeship outside of the box. Stuff like bison cover apprenticeship programs or jewelry making apprenticeship programs. Traditionally, that's not what we did. So Montana MCA Title 39 regulates our boards, our committees, our apprenticeship agreements, how we draft our forms, our tax credits and wage rates. Like I said, not as exciting as Linwood's presentation. But employer tax credit is actually pretty exciting for some people. And so that credit was enacted in 2017. It's $700, you get a tax credit, $700 per apprentice, but it can be more if that particular person falls under the eligibility credits, WOTC program, the Work Opportunity Credit Program. So typically, if you qualify for any kind of governmental services, you'll qualify and your employer will get paid $1,500 for employing you in an apprenticeship program instead of $700. So the administrative rules of Montana, Chapter 2421, regulates the other aspects of apprenticeship and closely mirrors the Code of Federal Regulations. That's where we get our guidance about affirmative action, equal employment opportunity. So when you have an apprenticeship program, your business is kind of automatically given support in making sure that you're complying with federal regulations in employment. I have a video too. Mine involves Ronnie. Yeah, so apprenticeship programs, the bare basics, the minimum amount of time, they're a combination of on-the-job training. So you work under an experienced industry mentor on the job, making money and getting paid while you do that. But you also work in a structured related training instruction schedule. So we come up with a curriculum that's industry or comes from a higher education provider like Lansing Northern, a technical school. To make sure that you are going through an academic curriculum that matches what you're doing on the job training. So that as you progress through your on the job and practical skills, you're also gaining that academic knowledge that you need to be able to take your work product to other states. That's one of the components of an apprenticeship program. Our certificate of completion, if you have that, you can go to another state and apply for their licensure using that because we operate under the national. So our plumbers, our electricians, our elevator constructors, and our overhead sprinkler installers go through a very stringent apprenticeship program here in Montana compared to most other states. In California, they don't even have their electricians do anything, which is a problem when I get somebody from California who's really mad at me that they have 8,000 hours of experience, but they don't get any credit because they have no credit. So that's one of the things that we mind is that we make sure you're getting the practical experience, but you're also getting that education piece. Most of our sponsors, which are our businesses, our employers, they pay for that curriculum. So they are the ones who are paying for you to go to MSU Northern. You come out of our program with the national accreditation in those student debt, but still haven't gotten an education. So that is something that I think is especially for, in my experience in a tribal nation, I had to work, right? I always had to work. I had to work and go to school and raise my kids. My background is paralegal. We have a paralegal apprenticeship program now. I could have got my education for free instead of having to do that. So that would have been awesome. But this is kind of the value that's an incentive for participants in education. For employers, what you get are qualified employees that you build trust, you retain them, and especially if you're bringing them, say, from a reception position up into CPA or one of those other career pathways, and you foster that success. We have an 80% retention rate. So 80% of our apprentices who finish our program stay with their employer and then become a trainer. So they train oncoming employees. Really fun, but you guys probably know. Okay, so there are 5 elements to apprenticeship. The very biggest piece is our business involvement, our employers, and that's for the reasons that I've just explained. They provide pretty much everything that the apprentice needs to get through the program successfully. Structured on the job training. This is our educational partners. In this case, when we're talking about doing an apprenticeship with Linwood, she would be the mentor, but we're also looking for educational partners in your communities. But Turcott would be, I'm trying to track him down.
He gave me his information.
Okay, perfect. Because he's somebody that I'm interested in. I know he has had interest in projects like this before. He has experience, he's an industry expert in what he's doing, and he could be part of that educational piece along with Linwood's program. Her program, we would front load it in the beginning of an apprenticeship program, and then we would finish it with further training into whatever specialty that production assistant had chosen. So what I'm working on with my project with Linwood is more of a long term. It's the long haul, so that's where I'm at. It's not as fun, but it is going to kind of give us that sustainability that we're looking for, that can lead to jobs within the film industry. Instead of just talking about the cool parts, we're talking about actually creating sustainable long-term jobs within your community and providing the communities with the value that those jobs have. The on-the-job training, that would also come from just doing videos. Sorry, I'm going to step back a little bit. So the structured, Linwood is with related instruction because she has the training programs. The on-the-job training piece, I'm going to be looking for. For example, up in Fort Peck, we have Nicola running heavy runner. He does Westcast Media. He does Showcast Records. He's been in film and media for a really long time. We have Smoker. So most of your communities have people who have been working in these industries that we partner with, that we would be looking to come into the classroom and help this extra or take them out. Have the creation of the stories, the filming, the production. I have 2 mouses, sorry. So the rewards for skill gains, like I said, this is as you progress, you get more money, you get more smart, and you receive that national occupational credential. So traditionally in Montana, there are licensed trades, or licensed construction trades are required to have a certificate of completion from our program in order to apply for their licensure. So like I said earlier, that's our electricians, our plumbers, elevator repair, overhead sprinkler system installation. These are great jobs. These are trade jobs that are vital to our community that have been we haven't paid enough attention to the trades, in my opinion. And our economy is suffering for that now, right? Our housing shortages, especially in our tribal areas. Finding electricians and plumbers is a real problem. So this is something that I want to talk with my community about as well, aside from my project with Wynwood. I want to talk about this too, that this is. So I needed to get my feet on the ground a little bit more with the question before I approached you. I'm ready for that now. So basically, any occupation that takes about 2 years of training for efficient and accurate job performance can be considered for apprenticeship as long as we can find related training to pair with it. So there has to be something that's industry proven. You can't just take Joe Blow off the side of the street and say you're authorized to train. We go through a rigorous process to make sure that it's going to pass. It's going to make the cut if they take their work product to another state. A lot of these people, the work product is their. The non-traditional occupations that we're working with right now, we've been working extensively with healthcare. That one has been tricky because of the licensures, but we're working through it. The additional part of figuring out billable hours has made that complicated too.
You listed elevator repair on there. Someone told me that Montana only has like 1 elevator repair guy. I'm like, how could that even be?
Yeah.
But that is like a barrier to people wanting to build buildings with elevators because there's a shortage of people who fix them here. Is that true?
It's true. So it's actually run through a union. Apprenticeships are either managed through a union or by independents. So our elevator constructors are run by a union. The union rep called me up last year and was basically begging me to hit the streets and put this application up because nobody even thinks about this as an occupation, right? Nobody goes up saying, you know what I think the elevator constructor sounds like a great job. Guess what it is? You travel. The average hourly rate for that job is $60 an hour. And if you are getting involved in an apprenticeship when you are, say, 18, by the time you're 21, 22, how much are you making per hour? And you're traveling all across the state and you have independence. And so it's, yeah, there's, if you know anybody interested in elevator construction, send them their way. You'll want to look up the union because unions run their apprenticeships just a little bit differently. They release a hiring date, an application deadline. And so you need to track that information down.
So if somebody, if somebody wanted to start like a construction crew and they have a certified facilitator, teacher, or whatever, could they have like a crew of trainees, basically a crew of apprentices that they go through this whole thing with, kind of like a cohort, but at the same time, they're like building things.
Absolutely.
So the Montana Department of Labor can help facilitate that.
We help facilitate, we help regulate it and make sure that your program's gonna meet the standards. So what we do is we work on helping that person or that entity, that organization, select the correct related training information. We also monitor their on-the-job training schedule to make sure that once they finish, they can do that occupation. So you would basically, we get a hold of you. What we need is an industry proven expert or mentor for the on-the-job training piece, and then also to do the curriculum. So whether that's coming from a school, and if it's not a licensed trade, we have more flexibility. So the licensed trades, our apprentices go to the licensing board and apply for the exam and get their licenses from the board. We're not a board, but we can set up a program so that, say, like HVAC in Montana, not a licensed trade. HVAC in many other states is licensed and regulated. And so our HVAC apprentices here in Montana can go and work in a state that's licensed as long as they have our certificate of completion from apprenticeship, because then say Washington or Oregon can say, we know that they're not a liability because they've been through this apprenticeship. So yes, if you have a company that's interested in having a cohort of apprentices, we can absolutely do that as long as we have those two pieces. A mentor for on-the-job training and someone to distribute the related training. We use MSU Northern a lot because they have an industry-specific curriculum.
Sean,
So yeah, my question is, do you,
and then Richard,
do you regulate the music too?
There's no licensure, really. So we wouldn't be able to do that. We're not on the air.
I know I've spoken to you before, but I have a question. Like Jennifer mentioned the union.
Yes.
Are all the apprenticeships union related?
No. No, traditionally they were union, they were union created or mostly run by the union, right? So back in 1941, independent electrical contractors in Montana, there wasn't as many as there are now. So typically, in order to get your licensure, you had to go to a union, then you'd get your licensure, then you could start your own business. And so yes, in the past it was, you basically had to use unions just because there weren't independents offering apprenticeship programs. No, now we have independents all over the state doing it. So as long as you have a master, so with electricians and plumbers, you have to have a master's in order to have a business. And then you have to have a journeyman. So they have to have a licensure because it's licensed. So I need to get that licensure information. It's also regulated as far as how many apprentices you have per journey. So they just changed it this year. They doubled it. It used to be so that it would you could only have one apprentice per, and now you can have two, which really changed the dynamic of quite a bit. So, but for the non-licensed trades, lots of flexibility. And yeah, so now there's even the independent electric contractor school that was created by a cohort of independent electrical contractors who wanted something other than a union apprenticeship schooling, other than MSU Northern. So they built a school and they use it, available in Bozeman and online now and in Missoula. So it's small, but all the apprentices do attend in-class school together. So yeah, it's not specific to unions. Any other questions? So healthcare, we're reaching into that. We're getting even more specific. We have made some really great progress before COVID hit. And then that decimated us for about 2 years. But we're getting back on there. And we have somebody who specializes specifically in healthcare with apprenticeship. Because like I said, that gets more complicated. So administrative and legal, accounting tech, workforce consultant, that's a state apprenticeship. So your job service workforce consultants we designed one to teach people how to do that job well and efficiently. Paralegal, mediator, information technology. So this was I worked pretty closely with Island Mountain Development Group to create an apprenticeship program last year. So I have 4 apprentices there that I'm very worried about. And they are IT specialists. Yeah. So I'll do whatever I can to help out. But so they were the very first tribal IT apprenticeship programs. And we were excited to partner with Island Mountain because they are a Native American Development Corporation. Most tribes have one. This could have been a pilot program that we could have taken to other tribes who have the same kind of needs for IT. This is talking about taking your low entry level jobs, your people who are sitting on the phone all day taking calls, up to working in as a specialty cybersecurity specialists. And Island Mountain having paid for that. If it goes forward, they're all going to enroll in the U of M Accelerate Montana cybersecurity course. So they will be students. They will receive that accreditation. And fingers crossed, it's a growth industry. Yes, it is. So some of the miscellaneous, we have a travel agent, locksmith, kitchen and bath designer, food safety tech, master brewer, bison herder, solar panel manufacturing. We're looking into butchery. So I've been working with a couple of the meat processing. That's a huge industry. It's growing.
We're actually getting a processing plant in June. Ours will be up and running there in Fort Peck. So I think that's one thing that we're looking forward to. I know they're going to try to go to school. So our plan was to put 6 low-level and mid-level people to school to be able to pay for their school. So that way they're able to come back. and Take care of that. Be good. Okay.
Well, yeah, let's talk, because it's a possibility we could have your people working and going to school. So if whatever school program you were looking at, if they're willing to talk with us about creating an apprenticeship specific curriculum, because that's the thing with apprenticeship. We can't just set them into school because they're working full time. So we have to have curriculum that's designed part-time. And because schools make their money off of graduates, sometimes they're not that willing to design an apprenticeship program unless it brings some other value. MSU Northern is bowling in apprenticeship because no one else has NCCER, not very many, and that's an industry specific curriculum. If some of your tribal colleges got somebody certified to do NCCER, we can easily start growing some of those apprentices.
I'll just also add that Accelerate Montana is really working to do rapid training courses that also are accredited. So, which means you don't go to 2 or 4 years, you can do it under 6 months. So,
yeah, there's up to 6 months oil, and so that's why we kind of are trying to work together. Because some of their programs, our program. So whatever her students get through accreditation through her program, we hold on to that and we put it towards her full apprenticeship program. Which is kind of part of the partnership we're coming up with. Like, how can we get people trained quickly, get paid while they're doing it, and get the hours? Right? Do you want to wait 5 minutes? Okay, just and have a viable job, right?
Yes.
That's the point of our apprenticeship program. So we have all these training programs that we do throughout the state all the time, right? We say, take this course, it'll give you the skills you need. But we don't do as good of a job as saying, and now here's an employer that you have a special opportunity to.
And that's exactly the bridge we're trying to come up with. How do you get the skills and then get onto a job right away?
I'll race through all this because I think you guys probably kind of understand. You start out on a smaller entry level in an industry, and then you move into specialties, right? Presses, Leonardo da Vinci, Benjamin Franklin, Elvis Presley, Ringo Starr, Alexander McQueen, Ozzy Osbourne, okay. Painter, printer, electrician, machinist, tailor, plumber, and I always, this is just for you guys, Indigenous leaders and tribes across the world, right? The apprenticeship model has been practiced by Indigenous leaders and tribes and still is forever. So this is something that in my heart really aligns culturally and community. We can really do this and figure out how to work. Race through this stuff because I kind of touched on it anyhow, and you guys will all get a copy of this. A little bit of funding, we bring resources so we can also look at those funding streams that we would talk about earlier. Okay, so on the average, guys, apprentices, upon completion of our program, come out making $30,000 more per year than an actual degree. The state really focused, they've been taking really too bad they're not throwing money at us. So these links will be in the apprenticeship program or in your PowerPoint that you get. Basically, they are just a little bit of a to show you what other states are doing, right? And how successful they've been with their film and media productions and the value it brings to their communities. Okay, and there's me and my Island Mountain Sons. That's about it. You guys got questions?
To show you the first couple of minutes of the video before we need to. And then I know Amber and I are happy to come back anytime. We're happy to have conversations one-on-one, Zoom. We very much want to see this as a partnership moving forward.
Oh, and I didn't get to talk to you guys. So last time I talked to you about using this as I have been working with guys, Office of Public Instruction. Their CTE people are looking at our idea to see if they can help us to do that curriculum, have it be under the Indian Education for All, buy it, distribute it, sell it, distribute applied statewide. So I've been working with Mike Jetty on that. And hopefully we can make some progress and get some support from OPI as well. Because that's going to give us that funding stream that we need to have big jobs.
Just watch the rest of that video.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
That was great.
Yeah, thanks. And I don't know if anybody saw too, but Senator Shane Wardo is putting through a bill for legislators to get more aware of some stuff. And I think some films around that might be nice to partner with that and.
Yeah, Indian education for all is a great part of our constitution. We, as Indigenous people, should have the opportunity to create that curriculum.
One thing real quick, Mr. Chair, if I may, you know what, when you're talking, walk it. So we can watch it, that's fine, I'm excited.
Hang on. Anyone's welcome to come to the Big Sky Film Festival.
It's playing this weekend.
It's playing on Sunday. We're having our premiere. Yeah. You don't tell them, I'll let us just watch them. We didn't see it. Yeah, nobody in your side.
He was singing, a bear came into our film set. He called a bear in. And so she's saying to him, there's a bear coming in. He said, that's all right. They're our friends. Let him come in. Everyone was like, should we move? And he's like, nah, they're fine. So we're really excited to partner with them, and now they can use that film, and are already, somebody watched that, immediately gave them 1,000. So I mean, they can raise many more. Nice. Look forward to seeing if there's any projects you would like. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep.
All right.
Thanks for so much time.
Yeah, no,
appreciate it.
it's
You guys
all
have
right.
any questions?
Okay, thank you.
You travel safely. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. The Tiger Guide's one of my favorites from, it's supposed to be. But I don't know, I can't get off the internet and look.
He said you could take a look at it. It's
Yeah, so what I'd like to do, thanks for coming, and I'd like to have everyone go around the room and introduce who we are first, and we'll work on that.
Yeah.
So, Marilyn, want to start?
My name is Marilyn Wilson. I'm with the Office of Country and Economic Development. And
My name is Jennifer Finley. I'm a tribal councilwoman for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes.
I'm Diana Mearns, the Crow tribe.
Sean Backbone, member of the Crow Tribe, Economic Development.
Good afternoon, I'm Gerald Gray, with the Little Shell Tribe. I'm the chairman and then also chairman of the state commission.
Welcome, my name is Richard Sanger, I'm Chief of Staff for the Chippewa Creek Tribe, Rocky Boys Reservation. Vice Chairman of the State Commission.
Sure, Rochelle Brown, as you met on Monday, Tribal Tourism in the Office of Indian Country Economic Development. I work with Marilyn and Lou Robinson, who's online.
And there, Marilyn, is Cheryl still on? You know?
Cheryl, are you on?
She's a commissioner too.
Yes.
I'd like to
She's
join.
you have to just
Cheryl,
invite her to
you're
the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so floor is yours, huh?
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of tell you a little bit about the program that I represent, right? My name is Captain James Isbanger. I'm with the Montana National Guard, and I'm the coordinator for our state partnership program, specifically focused on our Central Asian country partners, namely Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyz Republic. Right? It's sort of our involvement in this endeavor. The state partnership program is a National Guard led across all the states and territories program that sort of emanated out of the fall of the Berlin Wall and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And as a result, the United States was seeking ways to reach out to these former countries in the world and develop partnerships, primarily military partnerships, bring them sort of into the fold with the West. And to that end, we started developing direct partnerships with National Guard states, right? So Montana being one of the first to reach out across these countries and partner with Kyrgyzstan back in 1996, right? So that's 27 years that we've had very strong relations with the Kyrgyz Republic. In recent years, we've been seeking to broaden that partnership and not just do military to military partnerships, but also to reach across the island in sort of civilian, public, and private sector endeavors like emergency management, humanitarian assistance, food and water and security, and other issues that both of our countries share in common. And so from that, we've developed relations with non-military entities. In this case, the Cook Brook Foundation. So that's sort of my role here in this, and then I guess I'll turn it over to Kubat, who can walk us into what the game of Cook Brew is.
And I'm going to start with the video so you can see it, and then we'll talk about it.
The national game of Gökbörü originates from the reign of the great Genghis Khan. Only in 96 were there to modern sports requirements. Since that time, the game has started to attract more and more fans and viewers. This is a phenomenon of the Kyrgyz people, which was carried and preserved in its original form and with rules carried through the years. The idea of a closed field was taken from hockey. The main standards of the game: the length of the field is 200. The width is 70 meters. 2 teams of 12 players and 12 horses play, which can change throughout the game. 4 players from each team enter the field. The replacement occurs as in hockey throughout the game under the guidance of the team coach. On the field, there is one time from 3-5 referees, each of whom is responsible for certain areas of the field. The game consists of 3 halves of 20 minutes, 2 breaks of 10 minutes. The principle of the game is the greatest number of goals, salims, scored in the Tay Kazan of the opposing team. The projectile is a goat carcass or a dummy corresponding to the carcass, weighing from 30 to 35 kilograms. The Tay cauldron acts as the gate, has the following dimensions. The diameter of the base is 4.4 meters. The height is 1.2 meters. Has a conical shape. The material used is, the main material is a metal structure sheathed with epoxy resin. Then mats for the safety of players and horses, and the last layer is a conveyor belt made of soft rubber. In the entire history of the game, which is more than 5,000 tournaments, there has not been a single fatal outcome, the basis for which would be a Tay Kazan. In 2018, the Gökbörü game, according to the rules of the Gökbörü Federation of the Kyrgyz Republic and the International Gökbörü Federation, was included in the UNESCO World Intangible Heritage of Humanity list. Countries that have adopted the rules of Gökbörü and play by them: USA, France, Hungary, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, subjects of the Russian Federation, Bashkiria, Altai, Buryatia, Tatarstan, Krasnoyarsk, Moscow region, North Caucasus, Rostov-on-Don, Novosibirsk, Yakutia, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, China. All these countries participated in all 4 weeks held in Kyrgyzstan and Turkey, 2014, 16, 18, 22. The next week will be held in Kazakhstan in 2024.
It's just like that.
It started.
That worked.
So another one,
And then
just
one more.
It's just a little bit more. So this next. The next video is able to watch is going to be basically about how the participants in the team are playing the game one-to-one. It's like in the hockey game. What is the animal?
Goat.
Oh, it's a goat?
No head.
So we'll go back on, yeah. And sometimes they'll do a dummy. Yeah.
Is that Dora modified?
I'll just let her back. There's that. It used to be a wolf. Off one.
I have that full option.
Maybe stop presenting. Go present.
Hello, my name is Aslan Bedouin.
Can you laugh? So my Kyrgyz name is Mubat, and now I have the Crow name. I was given the name on Monday. What is his Crow?
Oh,
name?
nothing, just
Blackfeet.
for Blackfeet.
Oh, Blackfeet.
Oh,
It's
Blackfeet.
not Crow, Blackfeet. Yeah. Okay. There was a ceremony in Kinab. The name connected with the sun.
Means one who makes the signs.
Hey, you guys. генеральным секретарем Международной Федерации культуры.
I am Secretary General of International Federation of Corporal Games.
О которой говорили.
You just were able to watch the little video about the game.
В том числе и находится.
The Cowboys from the US are participating in this game as well.
Вторая моя должность.
I'm also I'm also Secretary General of the Sports Federation of Kyrgyz Republic. We are the federation including over 100 kinds of sports. We deal with both Olympic and Paralympic sports.
Хотел бы, да, поблагодарить
Scott and Katie, your organizations were instrumental in this visit, and I where's Scott? Scott is on. Yes. There was a words of appreciation, Scott, for you and Kathy for making it possible for me to come over to this country. Because James, your organization also participated in took part in this whole process.
Об истории игры расскажу.
A few words about the history of this game. Через скажите, зачем вы сюда?
Цель моего визита
But prior to that, I'll tell you why I'm here.
в штат Монтана
I made it to Montana.
ознакомиться с главами
Be able to meet with the Native American tribes.
Знаю, что наши корни едины.
We know that we have the same ancestors going back into ages.
В их культуре есть также
We also know that Native Americans are also actively participating in all kinds of games with horses.
Примером тому является, как мы вчера выяснили с вами, что в конце
70-х годов. Мы были некорректные американцы.
Хорошо. Нам хотелось бы в штате Монтана проводить совместно с нами, показать передачу.
Two things here. Back in the 80s, and we learned about it yesterday. Back in the 80s, a group of sportsmen from Native American tribes made a trip to Kyrgyzstan and participated in this game. And actually, there is a movie that we are trying to locate, and it will be another project for us. If the rest is concerned,
Цель моего визита в том, чтобы
and the idea of my visit was to meet Native Americans and suggest that we do these games on both sides and both teams should participate in the games.
да, ну и не только коренные, и параллельно вести работу с работой.
We are also interested in participating in involving the Montana Cowboys in these games.
Уже давно я хотел работать с ковбойцами.
We have good experience in cooperation with the Cowboys in Texas.
we've already had several demonstration games in Texas.
Сейчас мы объединили 4 штата Мексика, Калифорния, наши военные
Now, 4 states, Utah, California, Wyoming, and New Mexico, put together a program during which their cowboys are participating in the games as a team.
Конечная цель, ну, допустим, на наших стадионах собирают
When we put together these games back at home, our stadium would, we can fit about 10,000 people on the stalls.
Но мы в каждом макете
At the very end of the video, you saw the little slide with the design of a fancy stadium, and we plan to build it. We hope that it will fit about 40,000 people.
Так как представитель региона должен знать, конный вид спорта самый дорогой вид спорта, поэтому очень сложно развивать.
Of course, the Native American people know very well that everything with the horses nowadays is very expensive, and we have the same problem back there, and we are promoting the idea of the game to develop the opportunity to develop the games.
Поэтому Международная федерация конкурсного направления в точечном стадии постройки одного первого подрома.
The International Federation of Football Games is now concentrating its efforts on constructing one stadium at a time to promote the idea of football.
Этот стадион еще
We are talking about a stadium like this either in Kyrgyzstan or in the United States.
Предоставил поведением.
So we are ready to negotiate with the state of Montana about a lot for construction of the stadium like that. I specifically asked, you want Montana to give it to you, or you are ready to pay for it? Well, we are ready to negotiate it.
Сейчас это, конечно, случай фантастический.
At this point, it's like fantasy. When about 100 years ago, but 100 years ago, back in Europe, soccer started, and they didn't have anything.
Футбол сам заполнял свои подробные.
All started with selling the tickets for those interested in the game. They made money to selling the tickets, and they started getting together and putting together federations. And so you know that it is a very important part of sports nowadays.
Например, FIFA организация, которая очень богата.
If we talk about the FIFA organization, it's a very wealthy entity and it's well known all over the world.
Сейчас штатного камеры мы выставили большие группы.
So we talked about the number of tourists visiting Montana and what was the most recent number you gave them visiting Montana? Was it about?
It's 12 million plus per year.
12 million per year.
Да, но для развития потенциала туристического, для привлекательности наша игра и постройка
I believe the Tao game and the stadium, like we are talking about, would be also an attracting part of, but that would be a part of attracting the tourists over to Montana.
Потому что самый подробный, он очень большой, там мол, детские площадки.
When we talk about the stadium, we are talking about a complex with a stadium, with a shopping mall, with children's playgrounds, with all imaginable, with movie theater. It's going to be a multi-purpose facility. And on top of it, we hope that it will help either our country or Montana to create the jobs.
В нашей стране эта игра развивается благодаря нашей.
Back in our country, we are developing this game due to our patriotic citizens and sponsors who are willing to donate.
Насколько нам известно, в Соединенных Штатах станций или получивших гражданство.
According to what I know, there are about 50,000 compatriots from Kyrgyzstan residing in the United States nowadays.
Все они, большинство из них очень успешны.
The majority of Kyrgyz immigrants is very successful and pretty wealthy.
Когда мы разговариваем со всеми общинами в Штатах,
when we meet our Kyrgyz guys in different states in this country, we talk about this game, they say we would be ready to participate and help you with your idea.
Для них нет ничего лучше. Ну, вести вклад в развитие своего национального спорта.
They would like to contribute to the national sport.
Сама игра, если дословно переводить, означает серый лук.
The game, if we talk about the name of the game, it means, in our language, it means gray wolf.
Наши предки, живущие в Русинской котловине, на Алтае, хотя на охоту далеко они приезжали, там, допустим,
Our ancestors back in old times lived in the Altai mountains. They were nomads and hunters. They left their camp and were gone for X amount of days hunting, and they would hunt the wolf.
На обратном пути мужчины, чтобы не было слышно, играли с тушей.
And on their way back to the camp, the guys, being bored, being away for a long time, would use the carcass of the hunted wolf and they played the game with it.
Потому что мужчина, идя на охоту, он тем самым
причем, то есть соревновательность. Okay, and so the competition, participating in this game very actively was important for our ancestors because they are on top of everything. They were warriors, and participating in this game, they were practicing their agility, their ability to grab something that another team, the opponents, tried not to give to them.
Потом временем игра стала более раскрываться, стали пользоваться лучше
Later, historically, they stopped using the carcass of the wolf. They started using the carcass of the goats. The goat is butchered, and after the game, there was a conversation earlier. It's like tenderizing the goat. Then after the game, they skin the goat and use the meat as their meal.
Сейчас на международной арене мы используем.
And nowadays, when we play in the international game, we don't use the carcass of the goat, we use a mold.
Если они приедут в Кыргызстан, то мы
In Kyrgyzstan, we still use the goat carcass. After the game is over, we eat it up.
все собираемся втроем.
We get together, skin the goat, cook it, and we have a huge pot where we could cook the meat and it's an event. It's a but the winner is the one who has the carcass.
Ну, в самой игре, конечно, более 10 тысяч лет играют все кочевые народы, начиная от Венгрии, кончая Тихого океана, Сибири, и Афганистана.
This game is about 10,000 years old, and the people who are nomads everywhere in Europe, starting in Hungary, in Asia, going back towards Pacific Ocean, in Siberia, in Afghanistan, the people are playing this game.
В 1996 году в нашем имении Шамшиева пришло среднее, у нас не пришло. Пришла идея создать термозона.
Back in 1996, one of our most famous movie producers, his last name is Shamshir, had a vision that night. He saw it in his dream that this game should have this goal. The cauldron, the goal.
Потому что на то время эта игра была мужская и
prior to that, the men who were participating in this game never did it publicly. They would go to the faraway fields and they were competing. The two teams were competing, and not many people were able to watch it.
Ему как режиссеру пришла в голову идея перед зрителями.
And so the idea, that the vision that he had was to have the audience to put two goals and to entertain the audience, and the players would be in front of the audience.
Как было сказано, основу мы взяли на хоккей.
And so in the movie, it has already been mentioned that the main rules we borrowed from the hockey game.
Каждая команда есть свои ворота, то есть
Each team has its own goal.
в команде играет от 9 до 15 игроков.
Each team is comprised of 9 to 12 participants.
Одновременно на поле выходит
Four participants can be on the field at a time. From each team.
и тренер команды, как в хоккее, по необходимости сначала защита.
And like in hockey, the coach is giving his directions as far as what participant is entering the field first, who is next. etc.
В команде есть 6, как минимум должен быть 6 команд лошадей, которые защищают.
There's supposed to be minimum six horses who are, what do you call it, defenders.
И эта лошадь сама тоже, когда отбирается тренерами лошадей, эти лошади уникальны тем, что они сами перебирают. Лошади помогают.
And it's interesting that when the coaches are picking up the horses are trained to be participants of this game since they are called. And it's interesting to watch how one horse would approach another horse of an opposing team, and the horse would do everything possible for the member of the team to pick up the carcass. It's just helping the rider. And when the sportsman picks up the carcass, the horse feels it. It doesn't have to hear anything from the rider. It would immediately run towards the goal.
То, что второе видео мы показывали, Джеки Мидика, игра 1-1. Это мы взяли, когда лошадь взяли и в порный момент, как такие классные. Другую играют два игрока.
The second video was about the analogy. You can imagine the analogy in hockey. There is a circle, if you remember from the video, and if the circle is violated by the participant, then the two opponents are fighting for the carcass.
Команде дается 2 минуты.
And I was asking, when you were watching the second video, I was asking, how long does this fight last? 2 minutes. They are given 2 minutes according to the rules.
В 2017 году ЮНЕСКО знала с нашими правилами.
Back in 2017, UNESCO has adopted this game as the, what do you call it, the world, not treasure, but the world heritage. That's the word. Good.
И да, в 2018 году
Back in 2018, the producers from Netflix were in Kyrgyzstan and they were making videos. And yesterday while in Bozeman in Pat's restaurant. So, funny story.
Я встречался с торговцем. Я ему показывал видео.
We were having a meeting with Ryan from Last Chance Stampede. He's the
Yeah.
And Kubat was showing him the video, the one that you watched today. And there was a young man, a waiter, who came up to us, just helping us, and he saw what was on the screen. He said, "Oh, Netflix! Oh, the game! I love it."
Netflix на тот год снимал 12 фильмов по всему миру самых интересных видов спорта.
Back in 2018, Netflix made movies in 12 countries in the world about the most exciting kinds of sport events.
Наше видео набрало более 2 миллиардов просмотров.
Миллиардов. Our video had over 2 billion views. Okay. And we were awarded with a plate. I said, did they give you money? No. Okay, that's my story. If you have questions, we're ready to answer the questions.
Anyone have any questions?
What kind of bits are used on the horses?
What kinds of
Bits. Snaffle?
Я там специально смотрю, какие ставлю.
When we were in Charles Russell's Russell Museum in Bozeman, I specifically looked at the exhibits, thinking about these things that the Native Americans are using. Basically, they are the same.
Посмотрел седла, у них такие же седла.
I also saw the exhibits of the saddles. They are the same.
И все церемонии, которые мы проходили,
And we were on Monday, we were in Great Falls participating in the event put together for me by Great Falls School District. And the Native American tribes were putting together their ceremonies for us. And what I observed and what I participated in was very similar to what we have back home. I understood very well what they were doing and what they invited me to participate in.
How long is the game?
Сколько длится
игра?
Three periods, 20 minutes each.
Hockey. It's a hockey game. It's a hockey game on horses. With the dead goat.
In between periods.
Если игра закончилась ничью, дается 10 минут.
If it is tied, we give them 2 more minutes. They are given 10 more minutes to score.
После этого, если
and if it is still tied, then it is pulled, like in hockey. Okay.
Can you fight each other like hockey?
No, you can't fight. We have 5 judges. They are all present around on the field. They watch. They want the participants acting civilized.
Если смотреть эту игру вживую, то поймут, что зрелищность не так достаточно.
If you are watching the game in the field, you would understand that it is so spectacular that they don't have to fight. It is spectacular the way it is.
Trying to stay on that horse half of the time.
Right, yeah.
We were asked many times how heavy is the carcass, about 35 kilos, 70 pounds.
Oh, that's really fun.
После игры, да.
Can you share about the horse breed?
Какие породы лошадей вы используете?
Мы используем смесь нашими русскими породами лошадей.
It is the, we breed Kyrgyz, Arabs and the English breeds, and it is a, what do you say, Métis horse.
Русские лошади не очень выносливые.
Our native horses are very agile and they are very powerful.
Арабская лошадь легкость на ногах.
Arab are very light in their movement. And English is taller and faster.
I think just to kind of add a little bit to what you're saying, can I talk more specifically about what you want to do before
Я пару слов.
you want to?
I
I
can,
can, I can
yeah,
mention it, so okay.
она добавит, потому что вы сказали, она хочет сказать про цель, она хочет сказать про цель вашу. So on, yes, of course, but let me thank you for your attention.
Там у нас есть небольшой
I brought little souvenirs at the end of the meeting. I am ready to present you with what I brought back from home. Yes, thank you.
So I think as the conversations progressed over the last couple of days, we started in Great Falls and we sat down with the Fish Society. And then with Challenge Future. Yesterday we were in Bozeman and sat down with Bozeman Safety. And I think, so as he's kind of said, it's still building momentum, that it's building awareness, not very many people know about it. But it does seem like there's interest there. And so I think he has at this point in time a little bit of funding set aside that he has to use this year. And one of the questions to us is, does it make sense to do a small event in Montana where we try to educate the population here, whether that be one of the tribes or in a rodeo setting, in order to show what the game is and maybe train some riders in it and just see where the conversation goes. And so he would want to come back and do that sometime before. So that's where the conversation has gone so far.
Before the end of June.
Before the end of June. Yeah. Well, it can be, I think just in 5 June.
Okay.
So we don't have to decide now, and we can circle back with more information on that. But I think that we had talked a little bit about connecting it to a rodeo potentially as a game beforehand or afterhand, since there are already people there. Or potentially if there was interest in doing it with donated days as a small event on the side, so there are already people there. And there's some pieces that would have to be discussed in terms of logistics, but it does seem like it's an interesting game and it's getting popularity in the United States. It's already been done in Texas. The United States team is competing internationally. So it's kind of just in the building stage right now.
What month do we normally hold the event?
Year round.
Yeah.
Oh, it is year round.
But you said the horses are happy.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, if here was.
Yeah. And it's traditionally a place, Bishkek is very similar to Montana, so it's kind of the same season, same weather, same climate.
On top of everything, Montana is an ideal place to have these games because I was looking through the weather, not weather patterns, but I was looking for the weather in summer, winter, seasons. It looks like, yeah, Montana is very good. Texas, we tried to do it and have Texas. It's very difficult to have the game back there because the horses are choking in their humidity.
They helped train the riders in Texas, and he said it was 6 weeks of online classes and then 2 weeks of intensive classes once they got here. That was worth it to train them in. So it's a learning curve, but it's not actually that much of a learning curve. They're already used to rodeo settings for games.
So they used horses that were already in Texas, or
Yeah.
particular to this breed?
Yeah,
or
it's
were
just
they-
Yes.
Мгм.
You want to do your good stuff?
Вы сейчас давайте раздадим.
I'll do this name before you walk in.
Yeah.
I was in my truck, no, but then I went back. Got back. My wife says, "Oh, I can truck it."
Okay, this is something for the gentleman present. Four gentlemen present here will get the hat back at home. We call it home pack.
Оптимализирует
This is
наш красота находится на втором месте.
the hat that symbolizes high peaks of our mountains. We are second in the world as far as the altitude of our
Он символизирует белые
Mhm. And of course, the mountain peaks are covered with snow. The pole parks are traditionally white. And the pattern is traditional Kyrgyz. And he's been repeating it nonstop. It's only for men. Women are supposed to be wearing it. And please, once you get it, and once the man gets it, never give it to any other man to try. We get a photo. Давайте быстрее, мне уходить нужно. Пожалуйста.
Это ручная работа.
This is little leather wallet. It's handmade. And this is.
Thank you.
Давайте быстрее. Because you're not a woman, can you please
Get them
get
started.
them started?
Really?
Давайте Джеймс вам сейчас.
Is that okay?
Let's sit down. Yes. Perfect.
Oh. Right.
Get ready, get ready, right. Since we're in
Cheers.
There you go. Awesome.
Thank you.
There you go. Let's get this dead gentleman up there. 1, 2, 3, excellent.
This is you? That's amazing. One more.
You're all familiar with pictographs and pictograms on the rocks in Montana.
That's been a week.
It's famous for their pictographs. And these are the little souvenirs, and thank you for being with us to the ladies. Ladies. Please, I already have one. Your issue. Any color as long as it is black, right? Good call.
That seems to get up tonight. Share it.
Okay. Plus kids love fosters. I have 3 horses to give them. Okay, today. There you go. Bryce is gonna put your kids.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to see you, Tatiana. Take care.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
See what it looks like? Oh, that is so cute.
Yeah, we appreciate you having it. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Special opportunity for us.
Yeah, no, us too. Sure, learn about this. Great.
Is the best way to follow up is to get information to all of you, let's call it Coachella.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Those are made in Montana.
Okay, local honey from
Yep,
Montana
yep.
here, good, so you. Yeah. That's-
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sure.
Get out on the right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Hopefully that, yeah. It's all set up before.
Can you hold that for
Yeah.
Ladies and gents, thanks again. Really pleasure meeting you. Bye now.
If you can then report. Yeah. 5-minute break. Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna have a program update.
I emailed you all, and I also put it in the booklet, the budget. I know we talked about the budget a little bit this morning. Do you have any questions about that? I think what was important, like, you hit on this morning was there's no statutory required money except for the tribal tourism that gets a portion of the fed tax. So it comes from Department of Commerce, where they, for lack of a better term, divvy up the money. This is what we're looking at here. Do you have any questions about any of that?
How much you got left?
Hi, I'm Sarah George. I'm the budget analyst for Business IT, so I do all of this for Indian Country. Right now, we are halfway through awarding and getting under contract the Indian Equity Fund grants. So that is the full 320 down at the bottom of the sheet. So we did do all of those. The Native American Business Advisors, those contracts are also on the way to getting executed so that we will have those all done as well. You guys already discussed the tribal planning grants, so I'm not going to touch on that one. So of that money that is for the Indian Equity, Indian Country Economic Development. We are all ready to go on whichever, I don't know, decided on the tribal planning grants, but that will
Flush that out.
flush that out before 6:30, but everything is under contract for now, for this year.
And Mr. Chair, was your question, Mr. Vice Chair, was that more towards just the budget for the STED commission and what's remaining for that? Is that what your question was about? Is there any money left?
Kind of, I guess, you know, but if we're on that, I hate to turn money back.
I don't believe we're going to, it all comes down to the tribal planning, what the decisions are on that. That would be where our question is, but on the other two, which are the larger amounts, those are going to be approved.
What was my concern? Because we have to
go back.
They look and say, hey, the State Commission didn't spend all the money, so let's reduce their budget. So
Well, and that's.
I'm just hoping that it is to spend all the money.
Well.
It's justified in the budget.
Well, and that's why I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, because there's actually there's the STED commission budget, which is there, and then there's the Indian Country Economic Development. Which, you know, that's Commerce's responsibility to get those out. And so that's why I was just wondering if you meant that the actual STED commission budget.
Yeah, I know there's been a discussion in legislative body about the funding for the STED commission. If we don't utilize the full budget, then
John, so you don't believe there's any STED commission remaining budget?
No, so this is with the handouts, the STED commission actually does not have a revenue split. So there's actually no money that they can cut from the STED commission. Carolyn's support and the support that we do to run these meetings, that is in our base budget, and we will have that ongoing. So you guys will continue to be able to travel to come to these meetings. You'll have them hosted. You'll have support of the STED commission program specialist, which is Marilyn. So that is not going to be a concern. That is in our base budget. We will continue to support this commission. The grants is the other piece that if we don't get those spent, that will get returned back.
You're talking about the 122,000 that's here, or are you talking about the 240?
So I haven't provided my update yet on the 122.
Okay.
And so the 240 is the
It's the 240.
is the tribal business planning grant.
We'll make sure that those get. Yeah.
I think Jeremy said.
And in the same regard with the bed tax money that goes into the STED commission fund, that is base House Bill 2 authority as well. So we get the same appropriation authority every year to spend for grants. So that will continue as well. And I know that she has a plan to get.
In the base.
So I think, but Mr. Chair, we're talking about two different things. So Indian Country Economic Development, which, you know, our division kind of runs, been here an advisory commission, but that's not in the base, those programs. STED commission, your funding for, you know, your advisory subcommittees, those things, that the work that you do, I mean, that is the base. But they're kind of two separate things. And I think that's yeah.
We have House Bill 2 money to operate the commission.
Correct.
As we have other statutory authority for these other budget funds that we're talking about are to be expended from. So we shouldn't have a concern, because we'll work with you, and we'll figure out how we want to handle this 240 that sits there, but the rest of it is protected and budgeted for.
The OTO money, the 825,850 that comprises the Indian Equity Fund, the NABAs, and tribal business plan grants. That we will make sure that it gets spent, and most of the two of the three have already, are under contract. The NAX program, that again, the gap financing, that is statutory.
There's Bud.
It's the acronyms, right? It's all the acronyms.
See them introduce that bill on instead, they had $0 attached.
Not this time, though. Time?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Maybe we should do a legislative update. So are you talking about Representative from Ingles?
Yeah.
House Bill 19. So that was for that decennial report that Commerce got charged with doing for only $40,000. So yes, they only asked for $1. We have talked with the governor's budget office though, since it's under $100,000 and it's just for a short time, they have FTE, $15,000 to do the dashboard for, the money that is spent by, all of our Indian country.
The ICE program.
Yep.
The ICE group.
Well, no, just individuals. I mean, just the tribes, what they spend in the state of Montana. Yes, there is no money attached to that, but we have spoken with the budget office. And at the end, they will go through the bills that get passed, and they do have some money that they can. We can't do it if we don't have any money for that.
Well, they know we're not gonna. Right, so.
I'm just hoping we do get enough, get that report out there.
Well, contact your legislators.
You let them know.
Yeah. And then the other one was just Senate Bill
We're
80.
outnumbered so bad.
It sailed through, but so far nobody has added it. To add the amendment on.
Chairman Gray, it looks like Luke made a comment that now it should be $160,000, $20,000 times 8.
I was just saying, yeah, historically about $20,000 per NABA. So, yeah, we'll discuss that later next week in a meeting too. But yeah, about 160 each year.
All right, let's get we're good there.
Other things that I can go through. So this was fast and furious, but it was fun. We partnered with the state auditor's office, OPI, and MCED, which is the Montana Council for Economic Education. They put on 2 different games for high school and junior high students. One of them is called the stock market game, and the other is called the Biz Sim, Big Sky Biz Sim. A little more intense than the stock market game. The stock market game, the junior high could participate in. Anyway, so I got a list from Jason before he left of schools on or near reservations. And I was contacted every single one of them. Tried to talk to at least a business teacher who taught that to explain these programs. And so I can't be 100% sure of these numbers, except for I know that I contacted 29 high school and junior highs. And out of those, it appears that 4 jumped in and did the games, and it looks like the stock market game was kind of where most people went into. So that's great because they get to learn about financial literacy, and I know you guys thought that was an important piece. So that was kind of exciting, fast and furious, like I said, it just came down, but pretty cool.
What do you think is there a barrier to or what barrier do we need to try to cross to get more adoption, a higher level of adoption?
They're aware of it. I think awareness is a big part. Some of them didn't even know it existed. For example, I called one high school business teacher, and she had a student who was really interested in learning about the stock market. And she said to me that day, "You've answered exactly the question I've been asking, how I'm going to help this student. And by using this game, I'm actually going to be able to." So I think it's just getting the knowledge out, letting them know it exists, and they can win prizes, and it's kind of fun for them. So another barrier I saw though was some, not all, but there was a few schools that have different timings for their semesters or quarters. And so it didn't work for them because of the timing involved in it. I think those are the main things that I noticed as barriers.
I guess my comment about getting participation and getting the word out, because we struggle with this when we have things at home that we want to do.
Yeah.
So like if a department has a grant to do something, the best results are always when they can partner with someone. So if there's a gathering of tribal youth, I put Gona down. So they're the tobacco prevention, and they have a big youth gathering that's I think very successful. And so partnering with something like that where youth are already a captive audience, and that could be one of the offerings that would really reach those kinds of things would reach a lot of tribal youth that way. And I'm sure that that's one that I know of, but there are other youth gatherings, native youth specifically, that I'm sure they would love to be a partner of some sort.
Yeah, that's great. Wonderful suggestion.
Organization.
But financial literacy is something that we're like really focusing on right now too.
Yeah, we are as
Something
well.
that's lacking.
Yep, pressing forward on that. Any other ideas or any other gatherings or anything else like that that you think could be windows of opportunity? I mean, please let us know.
Yes.
A good one for us is that John K project. Back home, that's what they do. They go into all the schools and they work with everybody that's part of it, and all the youth. And all the
Chante project.
The college part of the
One more time.
Chante.
Oh, okay.
CHANTE.
So another exciting thing that's going to happen is Business Montana is going to start a Facebook page. They're working on a few things, and once they get started, Office of Indian Country will also be posting regularly. So, if you guys hear of things, new businesses or things like that, we really want to include that and highlight different areas, different tribes, and so please pass that stuff on. We're gonna.
Are you talking about tribal businesses or tribal people who have businesses?
Oh.
It's about exposing opportunity, but also celebrating success and a window into, kind of what's happening and what's moving, and really trying to uplift the presence of Montanans in Montana, but also what are the things that are I guess best celebrated for people to see that success can be had and creates, it's an aspirational thing, right? Ultimately is what we're trying to create. And then obviously a conduit as to how do you get into this program, or how do you engage in the literacy program, financial literacy program, or whatever. So it's just another, through social media as opposed to the website, functional way to to reach people, because we know that websites are not, there's a certain age limit as to people who go to websites, but, you get into social media and it's, you get a little bit further down. Demographics are changing, across the world, no matter, what population we're talking about. So we have to be able to meet people where they are.
Last, I just want to ask that if you need a room for these upcoming meetings, but to let me know, just so that we don't waste money on rooms where you don't need it. So just let me know if you don't need a room, or yes, I do need a room. I'll get you handled. That's all. I kind of feel like I can end that with wah, wah, wah.
Yeah.
Because some people not showing up.
Yeah.
Because we have to guarantee the rooms to make sure that you have one, right? Especially during session, right? It's, or if there's something else going on in a similar area, in another area where we're meeting, so we do guarantee the rooms, with a certain amount of notification, you can cancel without an issue, but there's that drop dead time when.
Well, we don't have the exact place, but I was gonna let you guys know that the next meeting is Fort Belknap, May 17th, 2023. And we have the third quarter schedules for August 16th, 2023, Blackfeet. November 15th, 2023, CSKT. So.
Stay in Havre.
I'm not sure. I need ideas. Is Havre the place to?
I'll don't have a hotel.
The Bates, but it's closed, huh?
Did you say the Bates?
Closed.
Oh.
The humor, watch out for that humor. She got it.
I'll figure it out, work with some folks, and then I'll definitely let you know.
At the November one's going to be at CSPC. I think we talked about potentially having it too. So I could get the space. I could work on reserve the space if that would be. Because that one thing that really interested me, and I knew about it, but sometimes you hear about something and you forget, is the apprenticeship program. And I think that's a really, probably a missed opportunity to latch onto the apprenticeship program and develop something there. I saw they have bison herding and maybe bison range, so. There's a possibility to get something.
Next, like Luke. Yeah, Luke.
Yep, thank you, Chairman Gray. Hey, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there with you today, but I'll give my presentation right now, on the Indian Equity Fund update and NABA's. Are you able to see that screen? The PowerPoint?
Right at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh no, it said Zoom quit unexpected. But it was doing that earlier too this morning, a couple times when you guys are sharing stuff.
Now we can see it. Now we can see it.
Okay, great. Oh yeah, your screen sharing.
Oh, you're muted. Yeah, Luke.
It keeps, yeah, sorry, it keeps going in and out. My connection's good, but I'm sure there's some.
There you go.
I'll go quickly. 23 round. We had a good round. we had a good round last year too and closed out everything on time as agreed and as scheduled. So this year, one of the highlights is Leilani Upham right there with Iron Shield Creative. She was featured in the press release from the state, and it got to other outlets too, like the Missoulian. They had a really good write-up and article with a lot of quotes in there. She's got about $12,000 to purchase new equipment, trucks, or a vehicle to do her more tourism-related business. So that's a really good one. Historically, you see the numbers of applications sort of increase over the years with COVID and everything, and they kind of maybe normalize now. Out of those 111 businesses in 2023, we only fund 24 of them with up to $14,000 grants or 3 grants per tribe. So we're collaborating like with University of Montana, Accelerate Montana, to do something for the rest of the folks that don't get the grants each year. And we got to figure out some way to help them. And they can apply the next year though and try to get around of funding. So another highlight quote there, Chairman Gray, I paraphrase your quote, made Yahoo Finance though. So you just talked about how the success of the businesses take them to the next level. And that was pretty cool. I thought finding that on Yahoo Finance. However, this year we tried something different, again, mixing up the programs. For instance, when I first started, I really streamlined the accounting process and got that figured out correctly to do the 1099s correctly to the businesses only. And another one too that we made just made a different program change with Jason Small and Leanne Taylor, excuse me, was that we stuck to reservation businesses only, and then the respectable confederated, the Little Shell tribe, sorry, and their areas historically. So it worked out pretty well this year with trying to stick to the business, the reservation businesses. And it's a new batch of people now, so we'll see how it goes this year. And there's already some good progress. Everyone's anxious to get going, and it was kind of delayed this year a little bit with the change of the process in terms of internally the review process. So we're just trying to get things back up to speed, and that's where we're at with the Indian Equity Fund. The Native American Business Advisors, or I call them the NABA Network, consists of the same entities as last year. Again, they all applied and were able to get the awards and everything. We were thinking about doing some different ideas with the money, and different ideas, including financial literacy in the high schools. So we're trying to, I think Maryland's doing a great job of implementing that, as well as these folks who already do a lot of financial literacy for their tribal members, and just in general with the Native CDFI network. The whole Native CDFIs have a lot of that in their portfolio and in their mission and services. So they also help with the Indian Equity Fund application each year to do the application process and help them submit. And it just gives them a better chance of getting a successful award for a grant. The good news is Nakota Ani there, their executive director, has returned after about a year, and he's in good health now. He's doing well, and he's back at the helm to lead their organization again and get in compliance basically with our grants, with our smaller scale grant, and move forward there. So that's a good highlight. The same more seasoned NABAs like the NACDC and People's Partners are leading the charge and making new grounds for housing and other innovation and stuff like that. So we're keeping track of them and working closely with them on these projects and on other things. And the goals for 2023 are to increase the networking, the network referrals, and the referral marketing. For instance, last year, Rochelle and I were on a trip in Crow, and we went over to Plenty Doors, and they were doing a QuickBooks training that we linked Shannon Hahn and her organization up with too. And a lot of the businesses in there were getting ready for that. And I saw them apply for the Indian Equity Fund as well. And we just want to feature a few more new, services, businesses like that to the NABA network. And I usually have quarterly meetings, NABA quarterly calls, which I might be doing next week. Anyone's invited though. And that's one of the goals. The other one is the guy with the camera there on his, with his backpack on is Scott Smoker from Fort Peck. He got an Indian Equity Fund grant this year to buy and upgrade new equipment, increase his capabilities and services to do photography and other small film type of, deals. So he's a good example that we'll go have a site visit with him and take pictures, verify all the equipment was purchased properly and everything. And last is just to increase cash flow, increase the business operations revenue, possibly, hopefully to create jobs. It's kind of tough to squeeze a job out of 14,000, but we are seeing, part-time work pick up with the food trucks, especially some retail, that kind of thing. And that's always the goal to increase their services. And there's me. I got a new phone number this year. But my old phone number I can still check and have access to, but it's 422-8947 now, and I work out of Billings, out of my house here. So I'm pretty remote and able to jump on the road or anything and help anybody in that aspect. So thank you. Any questions?
No, I don't think so. Thanks, Luke.
Yep.
The update.
That's great.
Oh, you ready?
Yeah, so Rochelle Brown, Tribal Tourism. My update will be pretty brief. On the grant cycle this year, 122,000 available. We received 5 submissions. One of the 5 didn't qualify because it wasn't a tribal government. So we did give, that was out of Fort Belknap. It was their economic development corporation that submitted. So we did give them the option of combining their project with the tribal government submission. And Delina worked through with that. They decided to just take one of those submissions out and just stick with the main primary submission from the tribal government. So we have two to forward to recommendation to the director. He hasn't received those yet because we're waiting for more information on the 3rd submission before we can determine whether or not it's something that we can move forward to the director. But we'll be ready to go to contracting, I would expect by the end of March. So those will be, on the line, started for the end of this year. So they'll have a calendar year to get the projects completed. And then from 22, we've got those other 2 grant programs, the standard tribal tourism grant program, and then the tribal tourism enhancement grant program. And that's the $1 million plus in excess bed tax funds that were allocated for the wish list, dream list of projects. And nearly every tribe has gotten at least some portion of their project underway and have received a portion of their reimbursements back. So we're real excited to see those come online by the end of June. And starting in mid-June, I'll be hitting the road and checking out and visiting all the tribal nations. And I'm going to correlate that with last year's event cycle. So we'll be going to Fort Peck first for the Red Bottom celebration. And then next week, we'll be heading over to Northern Cheyenne and Crow for Crow Native Days and the Wiping of Long Hair. Then the week after that, I'll be going to CSKT and the Arley 4th of July celebration, and then heading over to Blackfeet for North American Indian Days. And then I'll take a little break before then resuming and going to Rocky Boy and Fort Belknap, and then Shell. So it'll be a summer tour.
I want to go on that.
And after the demonstration this morning with Amber and Linwood, see what we can do about having them come along and take some video and get some content, because we know that there's some great content that was developed, 8 years ago, but it's time to get some fresh content. and get some images, the vendors that are setting up and selling food and crafts and stuff along the powwow route, and get some fresh images of relay races and powwows. And yeah, so we're quite excited about that. Want to continue to encourage you, if you are not aware about the status, maybe check with those in your tribe that are designated to apply for the event grant for tourism promotion. My colleague, Michelle Cushman, who was here earlier, it's a $700,000 budget, $25,000 maximum award per entity. Tribal governments are eligible, and nonprofits. And you can use the funds for advertising, hard advertising, traditional advertising costs, porta potty rental and wash station rental, up to 25% of a venue that you need to rent. So in the case of Little Shell last year, it would have helped pay for up to 25% of the stadium rental cost. And then also signage, stuff for directional. So when you're having people come in, you're like, we want participants go this way, horses go that way, vendors over here, a sign that you can get these printed on vinyl and then roll them up and say them and use them year over year. But they're intended to be non-permanent signs. And you could have your logo, a big banner that says, welcome to Pro Fair, and have those strung up in different places too, to help use that wayfinding. So get those in. The money is administered in batches. The first batch is due to go to the director, I believe, by the end of this week. And then he'll have, fitting with his schedule, it's very busy. He'll look through those, review those, and see which ones are appropriate for funding. And then another 3 or 4 weeks after that, another batch will be sent up. And as he's able to, he'll go through those. You do get priority scoring for being from a tribal nation, offering a shoulder season event. So if you have an event that is more in the fall or early in the spring, those ones that are coming up, those get additional points. And then when it comes to metrics, when you're filling out those submissions, remember that you have our resources here, the Zartico data, the data that we collected this last year, and those reports that I sent out to everybody. You can use those to say, hey, we've got a baseline from some information from 21, we've got some stuff from 22, and then you can see how you did on 23. And so you can use those for your measurables to know that you'll have at least an additional tool to put in your toolkit on your application. So I'll leave it at that. Any questions for me for tribal tourism at this time?
Good.
All right, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your efforts.
So the next step, I think this is something that we're gonna have to revisit, because we haven't done these in a while, the funding these committees. So I guess we'll have to look and see who was assigned to what committee. And then either reassign some people or what, I don't know.
Chairman Gray.
Just a question, what were these established for? I know
Billy's deal.
Maria, I believe, started these. We've never had them before. A lot of these sound like asks for a nonprofit organization. I know I chair a nonprofit. These are some of the committees that we do have. But I'm just curious of why the heck they were established.
Right, and vice chairs and commissioners. So I have been doing some research into the strategic plan, which is how these committees got formed. And most of the commissioners that were on these committees are no longer on the commission. So for example, the funding committee, Brian Atkins was on that. Assessment committee was Cheryl Rivas and Sean Reelberg. Partnership committee was Chair Shelley Fayette, and that was it for that. Governance committee was Gerald Gray and Misty Poole. And So my question to you is, do you want to revisit the strategic plan and go through it all? Or do you guys want to focus on like a goal? Like, let's really focus on a certain thing where we can make an impact on economic development. I can definitely bring back the strategic plan and go over it at the next meeting with you all. Or we can think of ideas for the next meeting of what we really want to focus on. So that's my question.
Well, I think these were actually designed or brought up to IT commission, basically is what they were trying to do. They kind of died on the vine, so to speak, because I mean, for like Misty and I, we're just supposed to get, now the commissioners engaged, come to the meetings. It's like, okay, well, you can only do so much, right? And in terms of the funding committee, I know that was kind of like where it was more about the Navas telling us where things are at. So I would rather, I myself would rather focus on something bigger than this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would agree. And, I think at our last meeting, we just kind of talked really briefly about how the tribes can promote each other's businesses and enterprises or things to do. And, we just kind of casually brainstormed. I think you said maybe like a passport thing where people have like a passport and they go to each reservation. We have the National Bison Range, and our Bison Range has a really amazing, I think it's the best gift shop on the reservation. They only stock things made by local tribal members. So they have books that are written by tribal members, some from online. They have beadwork, but everything in there is done by people from the Flathead Reservation. It's the only gift shop like that. And it's just like a little treasure. And so, that's in addition to just the Bison Range itself, but a way that we can, I didn't know that your tribe made nets and like these other things. And so there's things that you can know someone, but not really know like how we can cross promote each other and encourage people to visit all of our reservations. And I don't know, I just think I would rather focus personally on how we can not only promote some of the businesses and maybe tourist attractions that we have, but how we can promote each other. I would be interested in that because I think that benefits all of us, and we could leverage resources in a different way if we're promoting all of us at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's better than these. This is just kind of an attempt to keep us.
Well, I think from the strategic planning process, one of the things that came out of that was that continuity from meeting to meeting, sort of commonality of purpose, all those other types of things were, it was found to be a weakness. But we have pretty much a whole new group here, and knowing most of you, I think that we don't have necessarily that cohesion problem as much as let's pick a couple of things and really, just be on it for the benefit of everyone, right? Whatever those things are. I think that really kind of depends on, this is my advice in terms of how you as the STED Commission, I'm a voting member, I'd still, collectively with the tribes represented here, what are those one or two things that we can make a difference for and with that then we tie into some of the rest of the stuff the Department of Commerce is doing, whether it be tourism promotion or whether it be, opening up SSBCI or some of those types of things. And maybe we take on financial literacy or something as a whole, especially to be able to say, how do we create an entrepreneurial spirit? This is it's a big task, in the tribes, because it's not something that's genuinely inculcated in there's great entrepreneurial thinking, but not entrepreneurial avenues, right? And so how do we ignite the youth or whatever it is? I'm just throwing, that's just an example. So I think it's up to you, but that's what I would encourage, to be able to have some continuity between the meetings and be able to say, if we meet just 4 times a year and we talk about a few things and then we go off and we meet again, we really haven't moved the ball forward.
Well, but I think we take this info back to our communities. You know, we don't just walk out of here.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying,
Whoa.
I'm not saying you don't do anything with it. I'm saying that we as the STED Commission, you individually do these things, but we as the STED Commission, if we're trying to drive something forward in a more positive way, and to be able to, because look, there's a constituency out there called the legislature, and everybody, you know, I mean, Richard talks about, you know, everything's always OTO and it has been, et cetera. In order to start to change that trend for the future, something else probably needs to happen. So we have to just have that art of conversations to be able to say, well, what can we do? What can we show is coming out of here individually when you bring things back? And so how do we collect all of that? Which is hopefully the website begins to start to highlight some of those things, especially any recipients of grants or whatever they might be. And then collectively, what else are we doing? So it could be we just take on tourism or something for the upcoming year and be able to say, so what can we do differently to promote every tribe's powwow or events or whatever else like that. So we have this, you know, uniform calendar that everyone gets to visualize, and then we can support it. We get the CDBs to try to support it, et cetera. So, you know, maybe something like that. I don't know.
Because I think that, I mean, like, I know for our tribe, I'll just talk about us specifically. Our website is not very user friendly, our tribal government, because it's a government website. You go there if you need a service. But if you're a tourist or someone who's not from there and you go to it, there's really not any information like that that's about us for the general public. That information's on there, that's for us. Get something from the government and you would use that. We're in the process of redeveloping it. So I think that's, especially on our reservation, there's unprecedented growth. And I met some people who own a business and they had been there over a year and they didn't know they were on a reservation until they had dinner with me. And I was the first tribal person they met. And they were like, they had no idea. I'm like, so, you know, so that's the problem that we have on our reservation. There's people who have no idea that where they are or who they're among. And I think that having a centralized place to at least have something about each tribe and what there is to do and where you can go, because sometimes people from the outside come in and they don't know where to go. What can I go to? What can I be a part of? Or what is something about this? So I think even people from Montana don't really, I feel like we're from mysterious worlds to most Montanans. Like our world is very mysterious to outside people who are not us. So I just think that it's an opportunity, and to have a tribal government do some of these things, then it becomes part of this. You know, the government itself is not necessarily designed to do these kinds of things. Yeah. So I just think it could be an opportunity. And I don't know whether it's like a little passport thing. And the only thing I was thinking of is like the brewery thing. Because I know people who do that, you have like a little brewery passport. And there could be something like that. You have a little thing that you get marked off if you visit certain things, and it gives a sense of like, well, what is there to do that's tribal in the Great Falls area? What is there to do? What could you go to? What could you be part of? That's my thinking. You could go to Gerald's house. The reenactment village.
Past, but we were really shooting forward to justify funding for STED was to educate the legislators. How actually a booklet to really describe each one of the reservations, leadership, and let them know that we're here. 'Cause, I know there's very few representatives that we do have that reside on Indian country. The rest are different parts of the state that don't even have a reservation here. So we wanted to educate those legislators that were from the areas away from reservations. We were kind of successful first couple of years. And then kind of
To me, that would be like frosting to educate people, but then we could promote our businesses that make money. Because, as we have to make money to provide services. So our tribe is very entrepreneurial because we have to be. Services would not happen without our ability to make money. So, that would be the main goal, but the side benefit, which is huge, is that people learn something.
Chairman, so what we're going to, I think, putting like, let's say I was promoting Crow Fair, and I always ask the question, I go to Billings, and I ask them, I said, why don't you guys, it's our 104th year, how come nobody comes? And for the non-Indian, I didn't know that. They didn't know they didn't know what to expect. If they came, they didn't know they didn't want to step on any toes. So they don't know how to approach us. So I think that the issue is bridging the gap. There's a gap there. We're ready and they're ready, but they don't know. We don't know how to, be cultural sensitive. They don't know how to, so how are we gonna bridge that gap? And they reached out. How can you teach us? So if I do go to Crow, what do I expect? So they don't, when they come into it's like a whole different country, and they come and we kind of give them a mean look, and that's the first thing, and they're gonna take their money. You know what I'm saying? So if we bridge that gap and make them have a support, they come to, and there's probably I'll say, hey, come on, have some coffee, kind of get them going, and bridge that gap. So I think on the flip side, they don't know how to approach us. That's the gap. So we can take that step, and like they were saying, the cultural sensitivity, and all Indians ain't the same. We get the same commodity food, but we eat the same people. They're different. My cheese stick. Yeah, but see what I'm saying? So it's the gap thing. We can make something here or wherever to bridge that gap. You're right. Each passport is different. Even I don't know. Fort Peck, I really don't know that. And they don't know, they kind of have that. We have in the creek, so we even don't know each other. But to bridge that gap and make something happen, one hickey doesn't fit all.
I was gonna say, you guys were our traditional enemies.
See, there you go.
We can get along now.
Working on it. So we have the list of upcoming events. We know what they are.
Yeah.
We have a representation of them on our website, but it kind of stops there, right? It doesn't go into what Sean is talking about, which I think is,
It does go beyond, actually.
Oh, it does, okay.
Yeah, Visit MT.
I haven't looked. Oh, in Visit MT, right?
Yes.
It goes in Visit MT, it goes on. So can we relook at the content that we have at Visit MT and see if it maybe starts to address some of this? Because I think a little bit of, there's curiosity.
Yes.
But then there's fear. And it kind of comes from both sides, actually, right? I mean, I think you're talking about something that's very obvious, and or maybe not so obvious, is that the engagement process from someone visiting Indian country is they don't know where to start, and their fear for actually being culturally insensitive is, truncates sometimes their willingness to and their confidence in being able to engage, right? On the other hand, certainly this is something that in all of the international travel and everything that I've experienced is those cultures that are most interested in teaching and showing about their cultures are also the ones that are most forgiving for not human insensitivity, but cultural unknowingness, right? And to be able to say, no, we don't do that, as opposed to making somebody feel bad, it's sort of like, oh, that's not a custom in our tradition. Here's what we do instead, or whatever. So it's a matter of that engagement process to then be able to say, okay, we've got to forgive the faux pas and we've got to accelerate the understanding. And how do we do that in a way that is non-confrontational and non-affronting to anybody, right? And I think you come from the curiosity side probably more than anything else, because you're right. Even between tribes, you have certain customs and ways of doing things that could be potentially dramatically different, right? But yet that's also the depth and the beauty of these differences, right? Is to be able to say, well, that's interesting. We have something similar, but we do this. And even with Kuvat, his response was, he was overwhelmed after his visit on Monday up to Great Falls. He just said, I feel like I've landed with our own people, right? In a sense, right? I mean, he said 95% of how we act and think is represented in what I experienced there. And so, he was very much touched by that and very thoughtful about it. So if somebody from 12 hours away, in terms of literally the other side of the world, Kyrgyzstan is 12 time zones away, can feel that engagement and we just sort of, and Michelle knows you were there. I mean, that he was so, what do you want to say, impacted, right? Now, you can't do that for every person that visits, right? But how can you have someone walk away from an experience in Indian country that has at least a kernel of that wow factor that he came away with? That's how you get that. That's why you set the hook to get him to come again and go to another one and do all this other kinds of stuff. And I don't know how we necessarily do that, but I think it's a good point, John. I really do, because you can't be successful if you don't have engagement, right? So, but then conversely, if 500 cars show up at Pro Fair and you run out of space to park them, next to the field and everything else like that, then what do you do, right? So where's the rest of the larger contingency planning to be able to say, we want this to be successful? Well, one year you're going to be uber successful, and then that creates hopefully a great opportunity, but not something that turns into a negative experience either, right? So these are the challenges that we have to think about. But I think it's a great thought to think about, how do we promote, what can we do this year? What can the STED commissioners and the people around you do to help us help you through the website, through some other stuff like that, but maybe come up with some creative ways to bridge this gap, right?
If I might, just to piggyback on what you were sharing, and some of the priorities that you expressed when you did the budget presentation, rural promotion, high quality visitor. We don't necessarily need more visitors if those visitors that do come are spending more money.
Right.
They make up for the numbers of people. You get a higher quality visitor versus quantity visitor.
You get generally a more culturally sensitive.
Yep, one that wants to be respectful, that wants to support local, the strengthening relationship between the STED and the TAC. if their TAC are coming in and sitting on your meetings, and occasionally you can sit in on theirs and do the public comment period where you can say, hey, just so you know, I'm here and I'm a STED commissioner and just want to continue to let you know that all those that are working in my region where it overlaps with our tribal land, where we'd like to partner with you on your promotional initiatives and let you know about the events we've got going on. They can cross-pollinate and promote on their websites. Visit Southeast Montana is very excited about, just like what Jennifer was saying, a passport program for the I think it's the Burger Trail. So these kinds of ideas, that's where I can see where I can find flexibility in my budget for content creation, and then also leveraging other opportunities like the media stuff that's going on. If I'm able to go and do this tour this summer, have a booth set up, and also promote the scholarships for $500 for students, and I can award up to, maybe 5 or 10 of those per event, and see if I can get some youngsters, some young adults that want to participate in this kind of content creation. There's all sorts of ways that we can help spur this. And then the last thing I'll say is I hope that you will all come to Governor's Conference on Tourism. You do get sponsored through STED, your hotel and registration, and we'd love to have you there. There's going to be discussions regionally, so you can partner with, visit Whitefish, and, CSKT can talk to their neighbors, Kalispell and Whitefish and Missoula, and they can say, hey, how can we work together to promote each other's events and businesses?
When is that?
That's going to be April 23rd, 24th, 25th here in Helena, Delta. And we do have rooms blocked for all of you. And I'm also, so Maryland through the STED are sponsoring the STED commissioners, and I'm sponsoring tribal tourism representatives like Diana, who's working in tourism promotion with Grow. And we're also hoping to have some talent. Bryce might have a line on some artists that might want to get into the mix so that we can have a very strong presence there and remind everybody that you're here, you're not going anywhere, and that you have a lot of, you have the alignment between Indian country promotion, rural promotion. They're married. And that's where they want people to get out of Yellowstone, get out of Glacier, and get out and spend their money across the state. Thank you for letting me share that.
What would it take to actually have a dance or something take place instead, or at TAC, or at the governor's conference?
It can definitely happen.
Because I think, yeah, but I mean, I'm just thinking, if you want to have impact and have everybody that's there experience something, let's take the opportunity to do it, right?
It's the place to do it. It's the place to really get, and again, fuse those relationships between your neighbors, the neighboring communities that people have to drive through to get to Indian country. And they're spending money all the way in and all the way out. And the longer they stay, the more they spend. And so that's how we want to capture those dollars.
Why don't we take on the passport idea?
I think it'd be wonderful.
Maybe get together with Mitch and Ivan.
Okay.
Maybe let's see if we can come up with a sort of a draft idea and design.
Sport could be a keepsake in itself.
Exactly, right. So I'm with you. Where it's something where they have an opportunity to not only just have the experience, but have something that carries something meaningful with it, right? Let's think on that, what that might be. If we came up with that and had that introduced by the time TAC or the governor's conference happens,
yeah,
then that's something that could be actually launched then in the summer.
Amazing.
The summer of native, of Indian tourism could begin.
Yeah. Do you think the tribal councils would need to give permission for the seals to be put into a stamp form? Is it possible to do a tribal seal like on the flags as a stamp? And delegates within the tribe would have the access to those stamps and be able to stamp people that come through, and they come to the visitor center and they say, we want to stamp your passport and say that you've been here.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly get that from my tribal council.
That might be a way for us to do it, that or stickers.
Yeah.
I do it, but anyway, a way for people to have that little, they want to get in there and get their little sticker, or get their stamp, just like when you're coming through customs, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, cool. Well, so we'll pitch some ideas, okay? I'll get some mock-ups going with our communication department. And Mitch is out of the governor's office, isn't that correct?
This works for me.
Oh, he's under you. Oh, okay, great. We'll get something mocked up.
And then it might even make, then take Sean's idea a little bit further to be able to have sort of a primer of bridging the gap, creating the greatest experience possible.
Yeah, so we do have room for speakers for Indian Country during governor's conference. That could be either the breakout that's regional, which is West, Central, and East, those breakouts. Or it could be a specialty breakout session where people want to learn how to partner with Indian Country. And we could have some of you be as guest speakers there. So those are also ideas. And I have money set aside for compensation for your participation in that, in addition to, covering your hotel and food and travel.
Yeah, because I mean, we could talk about as a tribe, like when I go back when I go back to tribal council and talk about this, we could also talk about, is there something that our tribe could donate? So if you have a filled up passport, you get something, like you can come to Helena, go, wherever that is, and say, and you get like a little basket of visit all these places, you get a little prize, get something from each reservation that, also could promote other things.
And get a picture taken and put on our social media.
Yeah.
Look at I visited all the nations.
All 8 powwows. Took me 2 years to do it, or whatever. But I mean, that would be a pretty significant commitment of time on their part, but also, the symbol of a pretty good intentionality, right? So that's worth celebrating.
I have a feeling that they're going to be coming to get their prize from me.
Ding,
ding, ding, Rochelle, there's another person here. They're ready for their photo op and their prize. That would be an honor to be able to participate in something like that. What a great idea. It's pretty exciting. Cool.
Chairman Gray, we have W.J. Brown in the chat saying, I would like to help promote tourist attractions, restaurants, and shop on visitmt.com. So that would be helpful when you're ready.
And that's Wendy Brown. She helps manage the business listings and the events featured on the Visit MT site. And as I understand, Wendy could maybe speak to this, but Visit MT has very much a tourism focus and businesses that are complementary to tourism. It would be up to the director or someone else to make a determination if they want to expand the parameters of Visit MT. But they're very careful to curate, try to make sure that there's a high quality caliber of listings on there. Want to make sure that, again, they have a good experience. And
with the passport or whatever we want to call it, would be an interesting central way to show here's how to experience this. And again, it could take 1 year, it could take 5 years, doesn't really matter. It's just what happens, right? And there's accessibility to, here's the best 4 days that you can have around this event, right? So it's, whether it's going to the powwow and is it in Arlene this year?
I'm thinking the bison range.
The bison range is one thing. You do the powwow, but you also include the bison range. You do this, you do that. Here's this 3 or 4 days of curating this 3 or 4 days of an immersive experience that maybe includes, okay, well, we're over here and then we go over to Blackfeet or whatever it might be. So it's maybe inclusive of a some proximity as well and make a, you know, make whatever that central element would be. Could be the bison range, could be powwow, could be something else, and it's different for every tribe. Or it could have native days and crow fair, blah, blah, blah. You know, just what are these events? And that takes some seasonality, puts some seasonality into it too, which is good because not everybody is available on a specific time. But if I can curate a trip that includes this during a specific where there's an event that you can build that around, and here's these two other things that can happen.
You could have a stamp for the bison range, you could have a stamp for native days, you got a stamp for crow fair. You know, then you have people jump around and try to get as many of those stamps in their visit as possible.
Stamp.
There you go.
There'll probably be some natives who would do it.
Yes, you would hope, right? Exactly.
Because I was just telling them I've never been to Crow Fair.
Never did? I didn't charge. Yeah, I didn't charge. It depends on either who the powwow manager is, but I didn't want to charge. I want to make it free so they can, you know, get more people. But then I did a program, all the parade, the story on the parade, the story on the parade dance, the story on where we got the hot dance, the story on our teepee, where teepee kept, how Crow Fair started.
Right.
You know, it was post reservation when he was an Indian agent, Reynolds. Indians were kind of getting restless, so he said, "Well, it's fall time. Why bring all your Megan's farmers?" So they brought all the crops and see who got the best, you know, corn and squash. And when he did that, these Indians still had that talent. Well, let's bring in a drum, you know, and sing a little bit, dance a little bit, then pretty soon, I bet my horse can beat your horse. They started, and they incorporated the rodeo, and then it grew from there. So each fall, then it started growing, and you know, there's a camp crier. It's part of our culture. He wakes up everybody in the camp every morning, real nice. You know, he sets the tone for the day, and it's you kind of go back in time because there's signs when you come in, say the horses have to ride away. Horse riders have to ride away in that camp. There's like thousands of them. I mean, once you come in, it's like you're in a whole different era. But it's something to see because it's always been there, but it's never really been like said. So you're going to have a really good experience. So, but at that time, maybe I don't know. It's a busy time and all that, but before that time, we can kind of visit on different things and how to incorporate. I mean, there's so many things in each reservation. There's so much opportunity of tourism. You know, we do the Oakabay Marina. We sell slips from Memorial Day to Labor Day, and slips are all bought by the boat pontoons. And we open 7 days a week, and they go on down the river. You know, it's unbelievable, but that's just a little bit of what we have to share. You know, and it's kind of I mean, I just can't fathom why nobody, you know, it's in our own people, you know, it's interesting. But each tribe has so much cultural, it's a treasure always, you know, so that your passport thing would be good. You know, at that time, there's activities. We had a New Year's dance, welcome to New Year in, it's a social dance, everybody just has fun. Now we're having a daytime dance from our coming into the day, there's a ceremony, and then after that, we got Native Days. And Native Days, we have a Shoshone dance, the dance we got from the Shoshones, the war bonnet dance. This other one we got from the Omaha, stole their bustle. And then that first one we had was an owl dance from the Owl Society from Fort Belknap. But we have it. And I always invite them to come and see that ceremony. It's real interesting. It's all militaristic. everything is militaristic on our ceremony. The dances, and then we go into Crow Fair, and then it's just, I mean, even in Crow Fair, the last day we have a parade dance. Symbolizes, bless all the camp before you take your teepee down, then when it's done, you teepee down and move camp for the next camp. So you get to the next camp in a good way. You know, so it's kind of, it's there, but it's interesting. You have to kind of see the whole thing.
Well, that passport could be.
Yeah, so it's kind of.
It could be a great way to also
Yeah, so it's kind
educate
of
people,
opening the.
you know, to a
the
couple
pages to a
questions
lot of
we'll
them.
have.
A lot of,
How do
you
you
know.
score a powwow?
Mhm.
What are the different dances? What do they mean? The little show powwow, they
Mhm.
put together a pamphlet that was so great this last summer that had
Mhm.
different little short explanations
Right.
of the dances for a non-native
Mhm.
visitor. And you know, how to come respectfully,
Mhm.
what is the appropriate custom or terminology for particular regalia and all that,
Yeah.
you know, so those things can kind of be at that, you know, at any passport, you've got some introductory stuff about the country, and then you've got the pages for the stamps. And so we could maybe try to model it off of something like that. Excellent, yeah.
Carry our passport.
There you go, you got, you're ready.
Any more questions?
Look for it. Put that on, there you go.
Yeah, motion to adjourn, not a motion, second. Second, all in favor? I oppose,
I think that was good.
yeah.
That's something.
Like a little fire.
Yeah, so we'll see, you know, see you all at Governor's Conference on Tourism. If you've got ideas for any performers, please let me know.
You got some more information on that apprenticeship?
Sure.
I wanted to ask some questions.
And are there some hand up?
I'm sorry to bother everyone. I missed my chance to talk to you guys this morning, and I really apologize. But I am the program manager for visitmontana.com. And I was hoping that I could give you guys my contact information if you guys would like to promote your tourist businesses, restaurants, shops on visitmontana.com. We don't have a lot for you guys, and I would really like to get more listings from your tribes on our site, if that would be possible, or if you're willing.
Yes. Yeah. Wendy, if you
So my
want-
name is Wendy Brown. And you can email me at wjbrown@mt.gov. And my phone number is 406-841-2193. And I would really love to work with you guys on getting your businesses promoted on our site.
Thanks, Wendy.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay.